it takes to round the mic right. Pause the shoot. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Pause. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Shoot, seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Shoot, seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Shoot, seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Shoot, seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Shoot, seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Shoot, seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Shoot, seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Shoot, seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right.
What can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
women?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Make excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I could see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get Black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Wow.
that.
What I think will fix is if Black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
Yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
Poli-sci, political science?
Poli-sci, okay. Or criminal justice? It's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But each
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. You got hats. We got sweatshirts. You got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This might be risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
You want answers. I want the truth.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hemp and Stan P, we in the building. This might be risky. We here.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stampede. DJ Ham the Stampede.
Uncle Rick, what's popping?
Everything is everything, my guy. How y'all doing? How you doing?
I'm trying to do my best to do the right thing, man. How was your day and all that?
Hey, man, it was an easy day at work. Barbecued at work. You know, easy money. You know, just pulling this holiday in. Easy money. You know how I go.
Did y'all stay away from that swine?
Oh, we always stay away from that, my guy.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Sean, what's popping?
Shit, bro. What's the word, man?
Everything's everything. My G, how was your day and all that?
Man, it was amazing, man. Amazing. How was yours?
I'm trying to do the right thing. It was all right, man. I got a massage today, you know?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Indeed.
With a happy ending.
What was it? Was it at the Chinese place this time again?
I ain't go back there. I ain't trying to. I ain't trying to get. Oh, that shit's crazy, bro. She like, you wanna? I'm like, huh? Hell nah.
Get him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Well, I can't even say hell nah. You think about it for a split second. You think about them charges and shit. Like, I ain't fuck that, bro. You don't know what's coming with that, man. Damn. Hey, Sean, what's the Rich Bully shop, man?
That's it's my clothing brand. Yeah, it's my clothing brand. Been having this brand for about 7-8 years.
Word. Tell us about it, Negro.
Oh, my bad. So yeah, man. I started this brand like 7-8 years ago. This, just really like a throwback design. Nobody on YouTube probably has seen me wear this. So I had so many different types, so many designs. And I really introduced it on YouTube with Anton wearing it. So shout out to Anton. So yeah.
Word. www.richbully.shop, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate that.
Man, okay. Look, I put it in the chat, man. Look, somebody go to the link, cop something. I'll send you a free shirt from the This Might Be Risky side too, man. Shit, I'm about to cop something.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, and Sway, they got the he got the cutoff shirts too, Sway, that you like.
Oh shit.
You know what's crazy? I thought of a joke earlier, but I was like, let me not be the first one to throw this shot. Now that you let it go, it's all fair game.
It's all good now, right? We straight. We open Pandora's box, man. Hold on, let me check this out, man. So what's your favorite up here, Sean?
My favorite is the Rich Rebel with the angel.
Right here?
Yeah, I've been selling a lot of those, the t-shirts and all that.
Okay, and you got the afterpay for niggas. That's the key. That's the key to life, right?
Hey, look, man, look. I know at 2 stores, man. I learned you got to be diverse in your offerings in terms of, how people like to pay for stuff.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah, that's what's up, man. Okay.
So that's what I was just sitting over here doing, design and stuff. So I design everything.
Word.
So
that's what's up, man. Well, we proud of you, man. We definitely gonna tap in. That's for sure.
Man, I appreciate that, bro.
Damn. All right. Cool. Play what's popping.
Is your intro say DJ Hamp with CTE? I heard like DJ Hamp with CTE. Is that what it said? Play it for one time. I don't know what it.
It says Hamp the Stampede, asshole.
The Stampede.
Yeah.
Where the fuck did you come up with that? Anyways, what's going on?
Wow.
Wow.
I'll leave it alone. He threw the first shot. They can't come at me now. Anyways, fire horse going off in the background. So excuse me if you hear him.
No, we can't hear him.
Hopefully, we have a good conversation about traditionalism. Yesterday conversation, I don't know if it was planned or what, or just coincidence, but I was like, damn, this shit is perfect for today, because that shit was great.
So it was coincidental. So we planned that show, and then I did an interview, was it Medium Man? But he had to do it at night, so I switched the shows around. But that was supposed to be 2 weeks ago, but it just fit in yesterday, but it went right along with the plan, you know what I mean? Maybe it could have been subconscious, right? Just to be fair. But yeah, man, that shit was crazy. Aaron, what's popping?
Everything is everything, even the shit that isn't me. I'm living the dream, keeping the nightmares at bay.
Shit like that.
Aaron, you drink scotch, right?
I do, single malt, but tonight is all about this Pennsylvania bourbon. It's dope.
Yeah. What's the best scotch you can get for like a reasonable price point, like $65?
Throw another 20 in it and get a Balvenie 12-year single malt. Because everybody's doing Glenfiddich, Glenlivet, Johnny Walker. Make it 85, get the Balvenie. You'll enjoy it.
Okay. I'm definitely a cognac connoisseur, man. I can't. Very stereotypical of me, but I try. Yes, you know what's surprisingly great? Shannon Sharp's.
I heard, yeah,
it's outstanding. Like the best I had, honestly.
Yeah,
that sounded pause just in case. The best cognac I had. Yeah, nah.
I was just gonna relabel shit. Then he put his name on.
Is it hard to get a bottle?
It's better than, huh?
Is it hard to get a bottle?
It's not hard. It takes about 3 months though.
That sounds hard, nigga. Goddamn, Paul.
Well, what I'm saying is you can order it and then it'll come. Like it's not like you go up there and it says sold out. You know what I'm saying?
Not hard. It's wrong. Pause.
Jesus.
No, you gotta get a pause button, bro.
Let's stop talking about liquor. Because liquor got niggas sounding crazy right now. Yo, see, Chuck, this was my go-to, but the Shannon Sharp, the La Portier is better than this. But now my go-to is Branson. I don't know if y'all saw it's 50 cents on cognac. I like it better than the 1738. That also maybe you were biased though. Kasim was popping.
Yo.
What's goody?
What's up, man? How are you? Wow, we got the magnificent gentleman on the panel today. Sheesh.
Yeah, man. I'm blessed today, man. Y'all came through. You know, I said it in the back chat. It's only right I say it, in front of a company now. I've been mad at you for 2 weeks, B.
What? About what?
I tried to buy some leather pants because I saw you had them. That shit didn't go like how I thought it was. You feel me? You set me up.
Put him in the fucking bed. Get him out of here. Come on. Yo, you gotta meet him. You gotta meet him halfway, man. And as I said before, Louis Vuitton with Pharrell got a pair of leather pants. It's coming out for this fall winter, and they got them in the big sizes. So the word is out now.
When Pharrell's he's small, right?
I mean, yeah, you could pretty much say that.
Hell yeah, Stevie Wonder can see he's small. See, so what's big size to him? You know what I'm saying?
Maybe like a 36 waist, 38 waist now. The waist size are getting bigger because dudes need to fill it up a little bit. Pause.
Yo, just chill. All right, everybody take a reset. There's been 30 pause moments in 6 minutes. We gotta chill. I'll take the responsibility because this shit is crazy. Granny, what's popping?
Man, I'm just chilling, bro. Just got finished driving. I'm gonna just leave it at that because I ain't.
Yeah, you
right. Don't risk it, Grand. Don't risk it, my boy.
Damn, yo.
That's it.
Maybe Rilla could save us. Rilla was good.
Perfect.
Early can't hear you.
That's him saving us.
Yeah.
He said facts.
I really get his shit. Yeah, man.
He said he's trying to get his mic together. He'll be back.
Okay. Cheek was popping.
It was good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. What's popping? How you?
Man, I'm good. I'm in Florida with my family, so I gave them some time, trying to make sure I commit to my word, and then I'm gonna go right back to them. We got dominoes and whatnot going on.
Yo, I don't know how to play dominoes. Is it hard?
It's not hard, but they cheat, so I don't care.
No.
Wait. So do y'all start at count 10 or y'all count 5?
We count 5.
I don't know what that means.
Well, no. We count 10 because you need 5 on both sides. So I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Why you, Granny? Why you judge him like that after he answered?
Cause niggas that play 5s and up crazy, it's 10 to get in, bro. 10 to get in.
You gotta start off with 10. You gotta
10 to get in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I play with people that play 5s, and I understand the frustration.
I'm sorry. Never mind.
What's way? I'll start off nice and slow, man. I had a good day. I ain't rushing nothing. I'm like blasting through the topic. None of that shit. You know what I mean? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see who in the chat real quick. We'll get it popping, man. Let me check the likes real quick. We got 157 people and we have 48 likes. Why do y'all do that? I need to understand this. Like, you know how YouTube be sending out a lot of tips and tricks. They need to get some understanding on the like button. That shit makes zero sense to me.
It's not in front of their face, so it's they're lazy to go find it.
Do you think that because, like, if I take myself as an example, I do content, so I it's like it. I always think about to do it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
You got to make a poll that says, "Did you hit the like button?" I'm telling you, that's what I do. Just make a poll. Did you hit the like button? People gonna lie about it, but at least you'll get more engagement of it.
All right. Well, I'll try it one day, man. Let me see. This Jaster, is that it? This Jaster.
The J is silent. The J is silent.
It's silent. Disaster Zone was popping. Welcome to the family, Cuzzo. Son Kid, Shalom. Shalom, grace, and peace to you. Salute. Venus was good. He said, "Wow, Sean. So this is what happens when I don't hear from you in a few days." I don't recall approving this appearance. Wow. Death Row Records is not happy. DJ Hamp stole my talent.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Dang. And the crazy thing is, Venus, just to rub it in, Sean responded to me in 30 seconds.
Damn.
They always trying to lock Sean down. Get rid of the handcuffs. Get rid of the handcuffs.
Hey, I text him. I look back, came back, and said, "Seen." I said, "Okay, my brothers care about me." You know what I'm saying? Venus with the $5. She said, "Tommy here too." Oh hell no! Return my talent here. That sounds crazy too.
It sounds like pimping.
Yeah, that's a fact though. Don't start sweating and all that.
Shout out to Venus.
Damn, man. He on the strip by himself, man. Damn. Let me see who else here. Salute to Venus, man. Keep grinding, Venus. Love C was popping. E-Dub in the building. Lionel was good. I think we already talked about what you put in the Discord, but I think it needs more of a breakdown, so we'll break it down some more, like via voice as opposed to text. You know what I'm saying? Melly Mel was popping. Oh yeah, Kasim was rolling before we got up here. Jerice was good. Mr. Williams in the building. Sunkiss in the building. Josh was good. Tezzy, salute. Rock the Den was popping. Impress, putting in work. Grace, good shit yesterday. Almanage was good. Mel, you already know. Let me see. VZ was popping. Rilla was in the chat. Salute. CC. What up, though? Empress said all-star panel. That's a fact, though. Journey was popping. Yeah, man. That shit. I found a cheap place, man. Watt was... Jesus. The quarterback was good. I can't win today. Quincy was good. Chuck in the building. So what was popping? Said the brothers looking good and representing well. Aaron was in the chat. Dre was good. We got Venus already. American Negro salute. Cree in the building. He said you got new glasses, Kasim. Are those prescription?
Yeah, these prescriptions. I ain't gonna put no name on it, but yeah, they knew.
You ain't gonna put no name on it?
I ain't gonna put a name on it now.
Yo, Kasim, stay stunting, man.
Yeah, like, come on, man.
Yo,
Steve
Pharrell
Rogers,
got,
man. God dang.
Yo, Pharrell got the new Louis G. You know what I'm
Steve
saying?
Rogers.
Yeah.
Come on, Willie Smith. Yeah.
You know you put a name on it when you say that, right? Yo, y'all remember when Kasim got mistaken for somebody else on the panel that day?
That shit was wild, wasn't it?
Kasim, his comeback, he's like, what did you say? You said,
I forgot.
Hell yeah, I'm a nigga in a penthouse. I said, that's a great fucking response. I'm like, that is a great response. Oh my goodness. Arms was good. Oh boy, so that was crazy. Robert was good. Soul Provider was good. So Zon was popping. Fifi in the building. I got Robert already. I got Jerice too. Let me see. I got Apollonia. Granny was in the chat. Let me see. Lady O was popping. Or Lady D was popping. Yeah, she be going off soon as she hit the chat, man. Jay the Villa, what's up? We see you. I think I got arms already. Let me see. I ain't missing nobody today. Motivation was good. UFO was popping. Let me see. Lionheart, I see you. Hope all is well. Lucky was good.
Did she say Hampkins?
Yeah, she's been saying that.
Country cuz wildin'.
Hell yeah, man. Lauren was good. Let me see. Angry. Yo, he barely say hi. Perfect. I give it to you. Pause. God damn, yo. Come on, man.
Yo.
Easy, man. Yo, somebody need to grow up. Like, somebody need to be the big. Sean doing this. Like, please. Like, yo, what is this? Is crazy. Yo, nobody is mature today. Is that what we doing?
This nigga's unstoppable. Pause.
You can't be with the bros.
They'll say, I'll give it to you.
Yo, they're gonna have to wash him out with soap, bro. You wild.
Hold on, I gotta reset this shit. Hold on. God damn, man.
That massage got you feeling the kind of way, huh?
Yo, I'm trying to tell you, I'm too relaxed, man. Black Seinfeld, salute. Aaron was popping. On Minaj. All right. I'm good now. It's supposed to be a serious conversation. God damn it. Roz, what's good? I see you. Hope all is well, man. Y'all childish. UT was popping. All right. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell her. What up? Beans in the building. Salute. He said, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Callie with the $5 says, what's up, Hemp? Salute to you. Hey, this is a bomb-ass panel. All the homies in my face. I agree, man. Let me see real quick. Hold on, y'all. Let me because Tommy keep going in and out. He said he might be in and out anyway. I'm telling you, man, y'all gotta invest in an iPhone, man. You know?
Nigga, it's your cell phone service that matters. Company.
Y'all Tommy walking around and shit.
I gotta get gas.
Oh. Hey Tommy, what you said you was going to Cali, right?
I'm going to SoCal.
You live in Cali though?
Yeah. I'm in I live in NorCal, so I got about 5-hour drive.
Damn. So what's Southern California? Like what it consists of? You on mute. You on mute, Tommy.
Okay, yeah.
LA.
Damn. I don't care no more. I don't care. Fuck it. I don't care. Oh my goodness, man.
Yo, did you just give him this a spotter?
Huh?
Did you do that or he dropped off?
No, you know his phone been going in and out.
Oh yeah.
So he just literally just dropped.
Yeah, I thought you kicked him in the chest, man.
Nah. Hey, Cheeky, did you see my edit, Cheeky?
Play that.
Did you see my edit?
Play that.
Nah, I ain't seen the new one. It's a new one?
Nah, hold on. Let me show you.
Play that.
Oh, I've been kicking people off, man. I worked hard on this
the
shit.
300 edit.
Yo, you seen it? Yeah, man.
This might be risky.
Oh man. All right, Tommy shit keep fucking up. All right, right on cue. Angry Man, what's popping?
What's up? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, what's goody?
Yeah.
I didn't say hi in the chat, Hamp, because I was gonna come up on the panel and speak to everybody, nigga.
I'm sorry.
Out of here, man.
I'm sorry, man. We've been out of whack, Angry Man. We had 36 pause moments in 6 minutes. So,
wow,
crazy up here, man.
Word. So, what's up to everybody? I'm not gonna stay. I just came up here to holler at y'all because I ain't been over here in a minute.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? To Sway. Hey, one of these days you'll get official like that. You can go grab you one of them joints. You feel me?
Hell yeah, man. You was able to pick it up or you ordered it?
Say what?
You was able to pick it up or you ordered it?
The Beano Nation got it for me.
Word? That's what's up, man. Yeah, I got one. It took like 3 months for me to get it. You just recently got it?
Nah, I had it for a little while, but it's gonna take you a while. You're gonna have to order this shit. You feel what I'm saying? And you have to wait.
You cracked it already?
Nah.
It's
still sealed.
Yeah. Hey, you drink cognac on a regular or no?
Nah, I gotta be in the mood.
Okay.
How much it costs?
It was $100 when I got it. Yeah, he said the Beano Nation ordered it, but it was $100 when I ordered it.
You know, light skinned niggas drink. You know, light skinned niggas drink tequila. Mimosas and shit. Mimosas and
Yo,
shit.
what the fuck is this?
Not you, bro. Not you.
I
only drink.
Hey, yo,
Them niggas said mimosas, dog. Don't let them get away with it.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna get up out of here, but for the record, light-skinned niggas drink champagne, nigga. Fuck out of here. Yo, I'll let y'all later.
I love you, man. Be safe. Oh my God, man. Damn, man. Salute the angry man. Yeah, man. That shit is good as hell. It really is. Like, you know what I'm saying? It really is, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Ray, what's popping? Damn, man. All right, cool, man. It's good. Y'all work tomorrow or y'all off?
Nope. I thank God. Yo, Wednesday shows.
They're killing you.
I hate waking up the next day. But I like these shows enough that I'm gonna keep doing them because this is the main reason why I even hop on panels in the first place in this space. So I don't really like the man-woman shit too much.
Yeah, it has its place, but it got to be mined out correctly. To your point, you know what I mean? 100%. So wait, so I don't gotta do. No, wait. Do we have any jobs? No, I purposely didn't book no jobs tomorrow, so I might drink. Aaron, you drinking?
Shit, man, you kidding me?
Where was it at before now?
Where they all are.
Damn, man. All right. So make sure y'all get the likes up, get the likes up, man. Let me check real quick. 230 people in the building, and we have 91 likes. I love y'all, but I hate y'all, man. We'll figure it out, though, you know? So, traditionalism, man. Yesterday's show left me confounded. Victim Olympics, what's up? Genesis, what's up? Salute. Woody Jim, I see you. Washington football was good. Left me confounded, to be frank, right? We got through the conversation. I asked him some clarifying questions. However, it seemingly traditionalism was subjective. Aaron was in the chat windmilling. I was wondering when he was going to hit the panel, but he must have been in the middle of something. Aaron, we need to clarify first and foremost traditionalism, and obviously we're speaking of relationships, marriage, etc. Right? Aaron, what did you want to say that wasn't said yesterday?
So traditionalism is pretty much the way of the old, the established way from the past. And if we go all the way back to the beginning, we look at man and woman. I'm talking about where anything else was saber-toothed tiger or buffalo or whatever. What was a man's job? Chase away the buffalo, or chase the buffalo off a cliff, bring back that food, chase away the saber-toothed tiger. What was a woman's job? Raise this child, gather the berries that were edible around the situation, maintain the hut, right? And then just carry that on forward. Now, of course, society is going to modernize things change, but the idea of provision and protection being the man's job goes back evolution to the beginning when we stopped being monkeys. And the same thing can be said for women. The what do they call it? Nesting and rearing of children up until the age of 7 or so. Anything else is just a societal attachment that just modernizes it. But that's it.
Okay. So it's modernized, but it's still the same thing at its core?
Fundamentally, yes.
Fundamentally. Okay. So when you put it like that, the gathering of berries, the rearing of the children, and make sure everything's swept and kept, working was being argued overwhelmingly yesterday in terms of women, and more specifically black women. So it was said that black women have indeed always worked. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Gathering of the berries.
Yeah.
That's work.
Okay.
Bringing water back.
Yeah.
That's work outside of the house. Of course, 100%.
100%. So then what does traditionalism actually look like? Well, first off, let me ask the brothers, do you guys agree that they were more traditional, let's say in the 40s and 50s? Do you also agree that women always worked, specifically black women? Because that's the thing we argue back and forth. Like, women work, that's not traditional, or is it? That's what we got confounded on yesterday.
Yeah, I gotta say, again, traditional for who, right? If we compare ourselves to the Caucasian race, it was traditional for those wives to stay home because that was the way society was set up for them, right? But the black woman traditionally worked, right? So again, are we comparing ourselves again to what society and what their framework set up for them, or what was traditionally our role that we actually participated in and actually happened, if that makes sense?
And so I think that's the overarching issue in the argument in itself, right? You know, because when we talk about traditional roles and values and lives, often we eliminate the women from working in these conversations. But have we been doing that? How would I say? Not ignorantly, but what's the word I'm looking for? Like we didn't do our due diligence when having the conversation. So what are we talking about?
So it sounds like it's a conversation about like your household structure versus your relationship dynamic. Who has the final decision? Are we egalitarian? Do we both have the final say? Is it, you know, or is you talking about the family structure where the man is supposed to provide 100% of the household, or you're talking about you know, a situation where the woman stays at home, you know, and housewives, or does she go out to work? It seems that it gets conflated as all traditional, but I think it's two different conversations. When you're talking about your family structure, I think that's what the women were getting messed up with. It's like she can still be traditional because she's still subservient to her husband, and she still provides for her family. And if that time that's what they need financially, and if she's in a situation where she has to give her body up to provide for her kids and so on and so on, and her man is approved and yada yada, it seems like you could make the case, because the idea is traditionalism is that the man has the final say. So if he is gone with the decision that we need to pimp out my wife for 6 months so we can provide for our kids, then who are y'all to say that that's not up to that man to decide that that's right for his family? Because we all say the man is supposed to stand on, you know, he's the leader. So who are we to say how he's leading his family traditionally, right? But in terms of morally, that's where we start to conflate things. We also would think that that's traditionally not okay morally, because what the fuck? So you just got to pick and choose which argument you're talking about. My fault.
No, you're good. So you're saying it can be traditional if he chooses to put her on the track?
Which argument are you making? Are you talking about the relationship dynamic between you and the woman, or the family structure that you're trying to set up as traditionalism?
My question, where does it fit better? I'm still trying to understand what you laying out.
Repeat your question again. Sorry.
He could put her on a track and still be considered traditional?
Technically, if you're talking about the idea that a man is a leader and he's deciding what the purpose is for that woman.
So you're talking about family structure, huh?
Talking about relationship dynamic.
See, that sounds like a structured thing.
Where the woman thinks she has equal voice and equal say, and if we're going to make a decision with my thoughts, and if we can't compromise on your way or my way, then we're going to have to find a different way, and that we can compromise on, is different than you do whatever he says, or the man does whatever she says.
What you think? Real I see your face. That's it.
Yeah, because I think we're overthinking it, right? Like the group decides, right, what's acceptable, whether we wait on a morality argument or a family or relationship between man and woman. The relationship between man and woman constitutes the family. That is the family. That's the foundation of the family. So the whole conversation is still rooted in family. The man putting his woman on the track, if you're saying prostitution is the oldest profession, you know, maybe, but yeah, I don't see where that fits into an argument of traditionalism. Like if she's following what he says, I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around that and making the case for that being traditional.
Okay,
traditional. Hold on 1 second. Traditional, as I understand it, and I think as most people understand it, is rooted in patriarchy. I think that's the bedrock of it. That's the bedrock of it is. The bedrock of traditionalism is rooted in patriarchy, and it's men led. right? And everything else is subservient under that. But that's my initial thought.
Sway did you want to rebut?
No, I just think the idea of traditionalism differs depending on which culture you're talking about. And I feel like we can agree to that. So we're going to talk about here. We got to at least we like to just talk about history. At some point, we'll equate different cultures and say that this, in this point of history, this culture thought that this was traditionalism. But if we're talking about here, then we just need to stay locally to the traditions of here that have been passed down and kind of been manipulated, at least within our modern time. Like with the last 400 years, America, maybe not anything before that, because it's kind of irrelevant to the conversation.
Well, but I think it goes back to what Aaron was saying, which is if you go back to the beginning, caveman, saber-tooth tiger, that the core value of it is still the same, right? We apply, like, you can modernize it, right? Like you have new technology, new advances, people are more civilized, so those things changing become more modern, but the core tenet of it is still the same, regardless of. And again, I don't even want to say necessarily culture. I don't want to interject that. We are in America, so I'd rather keep it here and focused here, right? And so when you were saying that way, I was just thinking back to what Aaron was, what he led with it being protect, provide, and I don't know if you said any other piece, but that's the core tenet of traditionalism.
Well,
yeah,
but a man.
I would have to. No, go ahead, Aaron.
I'll say a man putting his woman on the stroll is still traditional because he made the decision and is commanding her. Is
he's not protecting her. If he put his woman on the stroll, he's not protecting her.
It's a lousy decision. It's a lousy example of leadership. I will agree. It is morally corrupt, but it is an exercise of authority. It is an exercise of the chain of command where the man makes the final decision and she acquiesces to what he needs her to do.
Yeah, I think Aaron.
And the question would be, what is he going to do while she's doing that? Is he going to go slay a saber-toothed tiger, put his life at ease? He may not come home. Now that makes it a relative, right? It takes the sting out of her being on the host roll. He's not going to be home. And I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. Yeah, I'm saying in the patriarchy, he issues the command, and that's what he did.
It's a perversion of it, but it's still that. You see what I'm saying? Like
right.
He's abusing the rules, right? But it's still that. Yeah.
What about the protection part, though?
I'm saying, like, it has to be a threshold.
No, but he can protect her, right? He can give her certain boundaries not to cross and things not to do. Having foresight enough to say, like, hey, I can see X, Y, and Z happening to her if she's do this, this, and this. So I'm gonna tell her, don't do this, don't do that, do that. Which is still a form of protection in his absence.
He can't protect that woman. He cannot protect that woman once she's in that room with that job.
Not physically, but he can guide her with certain things to do in his absence that she could do to protect herself. That's a form of protection too.
He's making an argument for the pimping.
No, but if the rules is the rules, though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it still has to meet a threshold, no?
Yeah,
doesn't it have to meet a threshold? Wait. I just want to make sure we clear. As men on the panel, we're saying anyone that can exercise authority over their woman meets the threshold for traditionalism. Because he's exercising authority.
You're right.
No. That's not it. But it is one of the tenets. It is what
Just one. It is the
chief tenet that allows him to protect and provide. It is the decision making. How can you protect something that you cannot command?
Okay, so I hear you on that, and now I'm not even going to debate what you're saying. But again, one tenet does not make the package, right? So protect and provide, right? So those are tenements of traditionalism, but he's not providing the money, she is, right? Correct. So it can't be true. It can't be true traditionalism. Like I said, it's a perversion of the rules.
Man, that shit sounds.
So the point of my first initial statement was the only difference between now and then in terms of modern and tradition is who has the final decision for what women do and with their actions. Is it on men that we have the final say what women are able to do and what are they not able to do, or is it on women to make that own choice for themselves of what they're able to and not able to do in life? That's the only difference. Only difference, because any case you'll say, oh, they always worked. They've always done this. They've always done that. The only difference you can say is, do they have the final say in what they do with their lives or not?
I see what you're saying.
But also, they always work to provide
in a relationship dynamic.
Right, but also but also to this, that in those circumstances that woman is taking the lead, if she's making those good choices and she's got good outcomes from those choices, where does she stand on that?
Well, first, before because that's a little bit of a different question, but I just want to see what Granny and Sean say. If you put your hoe on a stroll, you are a traditional man because you're making the decision for her to do so.
Not at all. I think a traditional man is going to go out there and get it. You know what I'm saying? That's just me personally. Even though, like, if you look back in the days, the Depression era, things like that, yeah, women did agriculture. They were homemakers. They, did, I guess you can say, like, servant type work in other people's homes, like, you know what I'm saying, like maids and shit like that. They sewed. They had a lot of different talents that they did. They wasn't out there selling the box though. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't out there like that. You know what I'm saying? Like
money to water hand. You said, is that a traditional man? That's not the question. Is he practicing traditionalism?
No.
Wait, listen.
You think I asked it too finite, but Sean been sitting here listening, just like I asked the question, but he still consumed all the information that was put out here.
And Aaron, let's look at your premise, Aaron. Mm-hmm. So judging by that premise, right? Mm-hmm. He could say, you know what? I got this pack. I need you to take this work. I need you to go on the block. You know what I'm saying? I need you to don't come back in this crib until this pack gone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because how far does it extend? What all could he get her to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, but she out there trapping. She getting the bread and bringing it back to him.
You missing what I'm saying?
The man is getting the money. Yeah, I mean, the woman is getting the money in that case. You know what I mean?
You missing what I'm saying?
I'm not missing. I'm just disagreeing, just for the record. I'm not missing it though.
The final say and the ability to exercise authority is one of the tenets of traditionalism as it relates to patriarchy. Now, if you abuse and perverse, if that authority gets abused, you can throw out other tenets of traditionalism out the window. It can become a perversion of itself, 100%. But what I'm saying is the act of doing that, being in the position to do that, is an act of traditionalism. So, if it was the other way around, it would not be traditional anymore.
All right. So I think your premise is off. I'm gonna be honest with you. I understand what you're saying. I just think it's off. Say during the times when we had indentured servitude and things like that, and black men really didn't have a lot of choices outside of the home. So in that case, right, they were being told what to do, right? Somebody was delegating that to them, right? But would you agree that underneath that, they could still be traditional in their home, even though in life they couldn't make any choices?
Yeah, your relationship with your wife and your employer are two totally different things.
Right.
I don't understand you. I mean,
you don't see what, so look, no. just because somebody is what I'm trying to say, bro, is you in your scenario, the man is dictating to the woman what to do, but the woman is making the money, right?
She's making money.
Right.
When you say the money, you're insinuating she's
but
making.
I'm saying if she's making money, you're saying that the man is traditional because he's getting the woman to make money.
That's not what I'm saying.
No.
I'm saying he exercises a traditionalist component when he asserts authority. That doesn't make him a traditional man. I'm saying for the man to really just said it. Patriarchy.
So do you believe that a traditional man? Do you believe that a traditional man earns money, earns the money for the household?
Tradition is one. Yeah. But what do you got?
Right. So a traditional man earns the money for the household, but if the woman is earning the money for the household, how is he a traditional man?
when you say the money, you're relegating it to the lion's share. Do you remember when I made the comparison where the woman goes out and gets water and picks berries and things? He's still bringing resources. He's going out and chasing buffaloes off the please get the lion's share. He built the house, but she maintains it.
We talking about selling coochie though. You don't.
Wait, but hold on.
You know how much boxes
Sean. Hold on.
Granville, let me just level set this for a second because you're getting
No, I've been quiet.
Can I level set my analogy? Can I level set?
Wait. Aaron and Sean was still conversing about it though.
My last point, right? So what if he's working a factory job? He's not making a lot of money. But what if she's more lucrative than he is?
Then their income situation is not traditional. But the hierarchy, the family.
So she would be the breadwinner, right?
Their income situation is not traditional.
But would she be the breadwinner in that situation?
Yes.
So how is it traditional?
I just said the income situation is not traditional.
Right, but he would still be the leader of it. He would still be the leader of it, even though he's not bringing in bread.
Correct. The hierarchy, the rank structure of the house is still traditional.
So by that logic, he can sit at home and not do anything and just send her out there to get money, and she's the breadwinner. And just because he's sending her out there to get money, then he's still traditional.
No,
it's the same logic.
No,
I'm not. No, you see, I'm not labeling him as a
checking off one of the tenants technically because he's giving a directive.
Yes, I'm not labeling him.
But he's not. But he doesn't mean he qualifies as traditional. But he checks off a tenant.
So he doesn't have to make the most money in the household to be traditional.
But he has control, I guess.
Right, which to my point, then he doesn't even have to work, and she can go out and make the money as long as he's giving directives. You would consider him traditional.
No.
I'm not trying to get confused like the women, man. Can I just move off of that analogy? Because it was stupid when I'm sorry, it was a bad analogy.
Can I answer it?
But yeah, you can sway. You can recalibrate, but you already presented it, so now we have to let Granny speak on the terrible analogy. Go ahead, Granny. And she can't even say shit yet. Go ahead, Granny.
I think it's a bad analogy to use a hoe and a pimp because don't the hoe use the pimp? Don't she choose the pimp from the jump?
Yeah, you choosing.
That ain't tradition. She's leading the situation. She chose him, right?
Yeah.
She chose him. And if I'm not mistaken, all the 60s and 70s movies was, don't get mad at me. Yo, bitch chose me.
You're right, but is that how husband and wife? So we don't.
Why did you use pimps and hoes?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. See, Aaron, Sway used it. He's admitted that
is dads selling their daughters off traditionalism? Like, this is what it's not. The point is that the final say is up to the men. We can all agree most men probably wouldn't pimp out their girlfriend or their daughter in any form of fashion. The only difference of the dynamic of now or then is that men had the decision for what they did, and now men don't have the decision for what they did. Point, it's the only point.
Yeah, but it, like you said, it gets the point gets clouded because of the analogy. 100%. Let's do this real quick. Cheek, what's popping? What you think?
I think traditionalism is based. It's a cultural context to that. Right, traditionalism is a social construction almost. Like, for example, when you read the Proverbs 31, well, you didn't read it, but I know the verse. Yeah. She was working till her men are all burned out. Like, that means that woman was working for a long time. People knew her husband and her name. Like, these are the things that came with it. She was not only somebody who sold things in the market, but she was somebody who was aware of business. So if that is the tradition or the culture of an Israelite woman, then guess what that tradition is when you were raised up as a woman? You're business minded, but you're not above your husband. So that's the tradition set by the culture and the society set ahead of you. Same thing would apply to us as African Americans. Our tradition is not what we've seen in the United States. Well, it is because this is where we were born and enslaved. But if you go back to Kenya or somewhere else, you'll see those women carrying jugs on their head. The tradition is the women carrying the water with the jugs on their head and the men go hunt. but the women still work. So when we start talking about traditionalism, if you take away the culturalism or you take away the societal aspect of it, then you're missing a large part of it. If you do keep it in there, then we start talking about things that matter, like why is this a part of our society and who determined it and how can we change it, right? So the new tradition for women is go to college, and the new tradition for men is don't go to college. You want to know why? Because that's what we're doing. That's the new thing. It's set by the generation either ahead or before, right? So it just depends on what part of the tradition that we want to talk about, and at what point do we want to consider something tradition and instead of a change. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's how we want to. I think we should look at it a little that way. That's kind of my idea.
Okay. What's up, Darius? Any thoughts on that? Do we need to reset it? Sway, do you want to recalibrate it?
No, I'm just saying we start talking about traditions on the sense of like the decisions the men made and their choices when dealing with women is in terms of tradition. That just you can't pick a time frame to say what's tradition was not, because it's changed so many times over the course of history, and I just think it's like that in itself. It would be disingenuous to say what's traditional and what's not. Like I said, the only difference that we're seeing today versus then is if men have the final say in decision making on what our daughters or our women, or in terms of relationship dynamics with other men, and then the men with their daughters and with their women, what they can or cannot do within those dynamics. So typically women were never single, especially if they had a father in their life. Typically their dad hopefully got them married and transferred to another man. They never went without a covering, as y'all gentlemen speak of.
Y'all think that's how it happened for real?
Yeah.
I mean that's been
Yeah.
recorded to happen that way, but at this point now we're talking about patriarchy. Back to Rilla's point, right? Like we're looking at the history of patriarchy and the way that it's applied through the differences of men's mind and philosophy throughout time, more than we are traditionalism. So since we live and since we, for the most part, have been dealt the patriarchal hand, even in Africa, right? Just generally speaking, because we looked this up before on my stream, at the matriarchies that exist. It's only about 5 countries or 5 areas of the world, and they're very small to where there's a matriarchy. But guess what? That matriarchy is tradition. Like one time we was watching it in India, it's tradition for a man to climb up in a woman's window in the middle of the night and pick his mate, and she accepted, because that's just tradition. It's tradition for certain things to happen. But if we want to highlight something specific to man's choices and men's decision within a tradition, we have to look at it in the mindset of patriarchy and how patriarchy determined certain traditionalism, and not necessarily traditionalism in and of itself.
Okay. I think I see that. I think because I just want to make sure that we thoroughly understand Sway's premise, and I think it does go indeed directly back to patriarchy 100%.
Yeah, I understand that. I got a question though.
All right, Kasim had a question earlier.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Granville. Go ahead. Let me formulate this thought a little bit more, because it was kind of answered with Cheeky a little bit. So, but go ahead.
Okay.
Any of y'all grandmas graduated with a degree from college?
No.
What about a master?
No.
PhD?
Wait, my grandma? Yeah, hold on, my grandma, yes. But I'm younger than you, so probably, okay, I think.
Your grandma around my mama age.
But Granville, that's alluding to what I said we shouldn't do, because it's disingenuous to the conversation, because it varies in difference through all types of cultures. But the thing that was synonymous, the one thing that was synonymous is that men had the final say.
Well, let's see.
Everything else is subjective.
Well, let's see where he's going.
See, this is the issue. This is the problem I have, and this is why I never give with y'all with this dumb shit. I've never known a woman not to work and do the shit at home as well. I've never known a man not to work and do the shit at home as well. I've never known couples married that didn't do like the core things inside of the home.
Together.
It wasn't that you did this, I did this. I've never known that until I got into the fucking world where people were talking about women stay at home and they cook and they clean and they have children. Like, that was wild as fuck. I was like, I used to think like, what the fuck does she do with the rest of the time? Like, and then niggas and men that come home and they don't wash clothes or cook. or do some shit or help out around the house and shit. Now I can see the outside shit. I can see like mopping, sweeping, cutting the grass, trash and shit. That was separate. Cross that door sill was separate. But more than likely, like it was always like vice versa, like give and take. That's what I've known all my life. And for women to have education and men to have education too, and they couple up and they find each other somewhere between junior year and 2 years after college.
Okay. Do you acknowledge the disparity in work though? So like for instance, me coming up, my father, I don't think that nigga ever washed no clothes. Not one single piece of cloth, nothing.
My dad taught me how to wash my clothes at the age of 5 years old. I was washing my clothes on my
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's anecdotal, but do you think though in those situations that the women do the bulk of the housework?
Personally, my situation, I would probably say it was maybe on a line of 55-45. 55-45. I can see the difference, but when it came to outside, my mama wouldn't even bring groceries inside the house. Like she wasn't touching shit. She wasn't putting shit into the car. She wasn't doing shit like that. So my daddy did all that. But when it came to teaching me how to cook, mop, sweep, all that shit, my mom and my dad taught me that shit. But who taught me the most was my dad. Because he told me I had to be self-sufficient.
So yeah.
You know what? I remember in my household when I was growing up with my mom and dad, I just recall that there wasn't this conversation about, you know, my father making the last decision or having the last word. I never heard any of that conversation like that. Yeah. In my mind, I was thinking like, okay, as long as that decision is good, my mom don't give a damn who is making it or how it's making it. And I think we've come a long way from that, right? I think the decision-making process weighs heavily on the amount of respect that we give to that individual, and that person has to be making more good decisions consistently, so it's not so much of a big deal as far as him running and leading stuff.
So what the fuck do we be talking? Do we be spewing propaganda during our conversations?
I truly believe that, Ham. I truly believe that. I'm telling you, Ham, you either went to college or military, man or woman in my family. I didn't know motherfuckers was out here. One of the parents weren't going to fucking college and getting an education and staying at home and not ever fucking working. And the other one took the whole fucking load of financial burden and everything onto their fucking shoulders.
See, but we
that's some weird ass. That was some weird ass shit to me learning that shit.
Right, and that's the thing, Granny. See, again, especially that's why I asked at the beginning, who are we talking about? We talking about them or us?
Yeah.
Right. This is what people don't understand. This is what people keep neglected from the conversation. Again, the society that we're in, the United States of America, the Western world. Y'all remember again, we were slaves, or not us, but our ancestors were slaves. The things that people keep saying that were traditional to them. They didn't work. That's why it's the event of fast food and TV dinners, right? Because once slavery ended, white women couldn't cook, right? So again, when our people sit up here and they take this rule of a woman or everybody saying, hey, we not meeting each other in the middle to get stuff done, right? That's something adopted from them that we never had as a people. Now they'll keep saying the exception. Oh, my one great granddaddy or my friend, but again, we're talking about the majority of people. Like Granville said, this is what I don't get. What people act like it's going to be an inequity in your household because you wouldn't be with somebody who didn't meet you halfway and doing stuff in the first place, right? I wash dishes, my wife cooks. Right? She goes shopping. I take the stuff out the car. Right? We keep living by standards that was fed to us that's not ours. Not only that, the tools were in place so we can never accomplish that.
But I would also add on to that, Ricky, like in general, like way back in the day, and the only way that we really survived is that we compromise with one another. Right. She used her assets and her skills, and I used my assets and my skills, and we came together and we made it work. And that has been since the dawn of time. And I believe that sometimes nowadays we've gotten stuck in this thing like, okay, who's pulling more or who's doing more? It's like, no, she got hers, I got mine. We bring it together and we make it work, you know? So I've just seen things in a different lens now.
It's because when we juxtapose it against the other culture, like Uncle Rick just said, it becomes hyperbolic. We move away from traditionalism the way it worked for us, because we now have a hyperbolic view of what we think traditionalism is, because we were looking at something that wasn't for us, by us. You know what I mean? But you guys are 100% correct. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, so it just weirds me out. It just weirds me out that conversation getting on this shit. Because my grandma was born in 1929, and she had a DTP. If you know what a DTP is, she had a DTP, and she was born in 1929. And for people to say that women weren't educated then, it's crazy as fuck to me.
No, she would be an outlier though, Granny.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's when you talk about these traditionalism conversation or whatever it is.
Yeah, but
that shit.
But
it don't compute me. I don't really know.
You don't see it because you came up in an outlier situation. So we don't want to dismiss your experience. However, we're talking about the majority.
It's not helpful to the majority. Okay.
Yeah, because Granville, even where you're from is extremely unique. Even the way that they practice slavery there. You know what I mean? Shout out to Passe Blanc, though. Shout out to Passe Blanc.
So
that's crazy.
There's just a couple of things that I think we need to realize, especially with Black women touting this message all the time. Black women have always worked. So if that's the case, that's your tradition. If you want to change your tradition, that's different. But just say I would like to change traditions, not say we need to be more traditional, because according to your culture and according to the ordinance of your culture, you work. And not only do you work, you maintain the home. And not only do you maintain the home, you make babies. And you do it with a smile on your face, because that's what Black men are used to seeing from their grandma. But if you're saying that shouldn't be our tradition anymore, and let's set a new trend or a new tradition, so be it. Or just say I want to adopt a more white or Eurocentric tradition, right? Because even white people right now can't uphold their quote-unquote tradition because they broke too. So if we all can't uphold the same tradition that everyone's idealizing or romanticizing, time to just make a new one. Or just say there are no traditions, which is why there's a problem. We don't have any new, we don't have a standard.
No.
So it's hard to say just that a third. Go ahead.
But what you're saying, what you're saying 100%, the fact is the tradition is actually more similar to today than we give it credit for.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? In actuality, but it's leveraged in a way in which it wasn't actual. We talk about it in like a fairy tale-esque way. You know what I mean? Because then like most men today can't do it, but the men of yesteryear didn't do it.
Exactly. See, so the expectation is changing.
But it's the same thing, though.
I know, but that's what so let's mine this out. You see what I'm saying? Who's changing the expectation of what's been tradition?
Them weak ass hoes these days.
You see what I'm saying?
I really think. That's what I really look at them. When I hear women.
So what point does that go back to,
Him? What Granny said?
No, what I said. Who the hell is making the final decision?
Okay.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So let's be honest.
So it all stems from there. It's that simply that if men was making the final decisions, it wouldn't be none of this. It'd be whatever the changes is the men decide it is acceptable for the time frame that we in. But for whatever reason, the only difference is we can't come to that conclusion because we haven't been given the right to make those decisions for them. So now we're in a conundrum. We're like, yo, we need the rights back so we can move forward like we have been through all history. It looks different throughout history because we got to adjust and adapt to the changes and growths. But we can't grow no more if we can't get that power back.
I think Granny was on it. That's where the disconnect happened. What Granny was going to get into.
But if you're breeding women, Aaron, like you said,
it's simple.
If you're breeding new women, if you're breeding new women, like you said, Aaron, to pretty much have this notion to disrespect and to not respect, or let's say not respect men's thoughts and opinions and what they think and how they should move. How are we ever going to do anything? That's what the young people are dealing with right now.
But I hear that. But what I heard is more so what Kasim said. we make it a deal. Kasim was saying that they wasn't into discussing like, hey, I'm in charge. Like, you know what I mean? We make it a thing, a tangible thing, when the truth was people would operate and function at the most efficient level. Whomever needed to leverage and be in charge would do it. You know what I'm saying, Sway? Like, is it that's what I'm saying. We saying the women, but is it us now hyper focused? Like Aaron was saying.
No.
Hold on, let me finish these 2.5 words.
My bad.
You know, like, are we hyper focused on men are the leader? I gotta be in charge, etc., or should we let it flow like maybe they did before and stop calling them simps and calling them common sense oriented?
You talking
I
about
think so.
Is you saying this is traditional amongst blacks?
Yeah, like what Kasim was saying. I think that's generally how
most blacks are doing that.
Say again, like just discussing whoever's gonna do it the best.
Moving that way, where did that get us?
What do you mean?
Oh, I see what he's saying.
Where did moving in that quote unquote traditionalism get us in society in that dynamic? How did that prosper us?
If you go ahead, Kasim.
No, but that was back
because we're still
a while ago. Now, right, but now we have new experiences. We've learned from those experiences. We have technology that we have that's going to give us a better outcome than what we had before. Right? It's like if you had an old plan before and that plan didn't work out so much, you would go back and you would regroup, you look at the videotape, and then you make adjustments.
It's still the old plan.
No, but the execution has to be better. It's not about necessarily the plan, but the execution. Right?
All right. Let's let people finish.
My bad. I apologize.
Because I don't know how we get the full thought of a person if we interject it while he. Go ahead.
From my experience, I have learned that, the plan is good, but the results depends on the execution, right? And the execution is going to be the wholesale marker of whether this plan is going to be successful or not. And we have to have the right individuals in place that has a better chance in executing that plan to the best that it can be, right? And I don't think that we do that now.
That's not where it went wrong. I think we always kind of did that. Where it went wrong is over there where things got hyperbolic, laws and society changed around us, and that's where the shift in power was. But a good leader always, the second in command to a good leader always has a lot of say-so. The good leader is always going to lean on the expertise of the second in command. Like I'm a leader in my house, but I go to my wife, especially in areas that I know she is the resident expert in. She, in that moment, has carte blanche leadership. You know what I mean? Like, what do you need me to do next? Right? But that's the mark of a good leader, is to understand the strengths in your team and exploit them.
So before Uncle Rick goes, Aaron, that makes sense, generally speaking, with a leader in terms of being adaptive. Right. But what Sway was saying, where did it get us, right?
That's what I'm saying.
But think about it though, right? Just back to that specific question. Adopting ideologies of other cultures on both sides, I would argue, is what gets us to where we are.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Where it got hyperbolic, changed the environment around us. The legislation, the environment that we lived in changed around us, and we acquiesced to the climate.
Yeah.
It wasn't inside the house. It's just the way houses were built changed, essentially. I mean, metaphorically.
Yeah. So Uncle Rick was trying to push. Yeah. No. Okay. So, all right. You saying, okay, maybe that's why I was saying that, because I think I heard what you said. Just think what Sway said.
Yeah.
Uncle Rick, you wanted to push back on something because he was saying?
It's not even pushback, really. It was just analyzing what he was saying, right? So I understand what he's saying as far as execution, right? We as men know that's important, right? We know that, right? But when we're talking about within the expectations, right? What Sway is saying is this, and let me know if I'm off, Sway, right? And Hamp said this too, right? The idea of traditionalism is something that we adopted, right? But the truth is, right? In our homes, right? We worked it out. Like I said, you do dishes. That's something that happened, right? So that's the understanding. And if we're still in the same point, right? And it comes to the actual decision making, right? The actual thing, right, of saying, listen to what I'm saying. The actual thing of both people saying, hey, this is the way it operates and this is okay. Right? Now, Sway saying young men have that understanding. They keep telling us, hey, the economy is this way. We see them people can't keep up with their own traditionals because we all understand the money, but we trying to be here to make it work. But this side is saying that's not enough. Right? That am I off, Sway, or not?
Right? I mean, but what is it?
Oh no, man.
What is it? I mean, if it's Uncle Rick, if it's not quote unquote enough, right? What are the elements and the parameters that are lacking for it to be full or whole?
It would seemingly be cooperation, right? If the other side is saying it's not enough,
right? Respect and cooperation.
But I don't know if so you think it's?
I'm asking.
No. I'm thinking through it. That's why I'm smart. Like,
so I don't know if that's all that the other side is saying. The other side is, we got to understand. We got to acknowledge that the power dynamic has changed. The leverage has changed. When women got more access to the job market, to access education, now they're more qualified. Now we're less codependent. So now, it's them dropping their nuts. So maybe part of it is that we need to consider that our value proposition as men has changed in their eyes, whether we like it or not. Mm-hmm. They feel like they can do this shit without us, and a lot of them are.
But that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying, though, Sean. Look, y'all keep saying the power, the leverage. No, it's not. It's still the same game. Hear what I'm saying, right?
You meant interdependent, right, Sean?
Yeah, interdependent. Yeah, right. Yes. And I agree, Rick. I'm saying in their mind, it's changed. Right. Not that it should or not to us, but in their mind.
Right. So are we going to address that, or are we going to keep bringing it back to us?
It's like you literally bred a group of women that don't respect, despises our decisions, and have been told that if they were to try to get on our program, it's going to lead them down a bad rabbit hole based off of y'all's actions, because they mamas and grandmamas and aunties is telling them about it. So ain't nobody they reflecting on but the older men like y'all that they dealing with. And so now somehow these women are getting infected with the ideologies that men that had nothing to do with them somehow shouldn't be trusted off the gate.
Go ahead, Sean. My bad.
I'm gonna ask y'all a question based on what you just said, Sway. Is it that they have better discernment, and now they're saying, "Hold on, let me see what Rick's talking about."
Discernment discernment on men that hasn't made.
No. I'm saying, look, those things, right? So we got a lot of dudes that ain't about shit. Let's just be clear about that. A lot of dudes aren't accomplished. They ain't going nowhere. And so what I'm trying to say is it that their discernment is saying, you know what? I don't like where the fuck you're trying to lead me. But you know what? If Rick comes along, if Aaron comes along, if Cheeky comes along, if the right one comes along, I'm with it. But if you trying to lead me to the struggle bus, I ain't with that shit. Sean, is that fair to say that they may be doing that?
But most women don't accomplish shit either.
I'm not saying what they should do. I'm saying, is it fair to say that maybe some of them are doing that?
It's like a crackhead saying, "Oh, a crackhead, I'm too good for another crackhead. I'm too good for a crackhead man just because I'm a crackhead."
Wait, say it like
it's
this.
Like they're not level setting where they at. They thinking that somehow
they are.
It's the whole. Never mind, Granville. Go ahead, bro.
Guys. What is the reason why a person can't finish a sentence?
I bet.
No, you ain't sorry. You did it on purpose.
I'm definitely not. Yeah, I'm gonna hold myself accountable. I'm definitely not.
Damn.
I'm definitely not. You're right. I'm sorry, Slick. I apologize.
All right, go ahead, girl. He already muted now. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say something. I don't really do this on YouTube, but it is what it is, bro. Bitches, y'all talk about the niggas like these days, like the younger guys, even the guys up to 38, 40, and women do this a lot, that we're mediocre, we're weak, we're not the men of the past generation. I think these bitches today, they soft. They soft as fuck and lazy. Right now, you probably can't find a chick in the chat that don't use Instacart, Grubhub, StubHub, all the fucking hubs. You can't find a one, bro. You can't find a one probably in the chat that ain't ordered some shit from Boston Market or Bob Evans at least 3 times a week. You can't find one that don't curl up in a fucking bed and about to cry because they gotta do some type of fucking paper or go pick up the shit behind the kids or do just some mediocre task that they say that they're the best to do or something. I think they're going through the same mental struggles and shit that they try to throw on these niggas today. And they mediocre. And when they wind up with them whack ass niggas that they complain about, that's the level they at. I don't care what your education is, what you push through, all that shit, just to get there, all the fucking meds you took or the sleepless nights and all the crying and shit. That's the level you at. That's why you wind up with them niggas. It's just that simple. They just as weak as them fucking women back in the day. But now what the difference is, they ain't gotta work for nothing no more. They ain't gotta work for it. They ain't gotta fucking work for it, bro. It's just that simple. Bitches, women back in the day, if you want to go to this old school ways, they had to put the effort in to get something, to actually get something. They had to put the effort in. I'm not talking about to acquire a man or no dumb shit like that. But to actually live somewhat of a decent life, they actually had to put some skin in the fucking game, and they couldn't complain about it, or they wouldn't have anything. They'd be stuck the fuck out, and they'd be the black sheep in their family still living at home with their mama and their daddy, ostracized. That shit not happening today. They could curl up in their fucking room in their apartment and just chill there, and just complain about it, and being silent, and come out and just live their life when they want to, one weekend at a time.
Doing laundry,
good fucking Xanax. And take a fucking Xanax and just chill until that shit wear off and they go into their thoughts again and they take another one with some wine.
So
they all drink wine before bed.
Do you think that about the young men also? Like, are you just saying everybody's soft?
Yeah, all of them. Niggas is definitely soft. Look, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. I'm soft. I'm a teddy bear ass nigga. I get it. Like, I get it. I am. I'm nowhere near compared to what my older brothers and my dad is. I'm nowhere like them niggas. Nowhere near, bro.
That's technology, evolution.
Nowhere near. I can admit that. But I see the same in my cousins, my female cousins and shit, and my friends and shit. They the same fucking way.
So okay. Because Sway was saying what it is they come up, they mad at the old niggas. But the truth is, if them old niggas wasn't shit, they see you a reflection of them old niggas. So they looking at the young niggas like you ain't shit just like your father. Because of what you exude. That would have to matter. Swavius?
So I'm 19 being compared to a 38-year-old.
Because you have your modus operandi is comparable.
But we don't even agree on what the life things that they went through. We think that the shit that they talk about is fucked up. A lot of young men, especially at that age, are more compromising with women. Or okay, you want to go to school and take care of me? Cool, shit. You make all the money. I don't mind. Go be strong and independent. Cool. Woo, woo. That means I gotta work less, and I can just do whatever the fuck I want and take care of my kids if I feel like it. So a lot of young men is not super pressed on being the macho dominant man. The only reason they get in it now is because they see if they don't do that, like a lot of men have realized, is you gonna get ran through and disrespected and used and abused, and at some point that shit gonna, for the most part, gonna be tiring, and you're not gonna want to feel that way. So
understood, but
women aren't benevolent dictators. Motherfuckers are dictators.
But do you realize the premise you just painted? Actually, you're in agreement with what I said.
Well, I don't even know what did you say specifically. There's a lot of things being said.
No, in terms of like, they know y'all pussy, and so y'all say, you know what? Me being pussy, I gotta change this because she whooping my ass.
So I guess pussy is more so being compromising with them, right?
Yeah. You know I like to use that. Yeah.
So
you get your nails done and shit like that.
Like, for example, that's traditional of older men not to have a lot of words, so they just use other words that are just derogatory.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then get CTE because they play football.
Wow.
That ain't traditional. That's life. Older you get, you ain't gonna be so loquacious when you get older either.
This man cannot talk about the younger generation and had 32 pause moments in 6 minutes. It just can't work. We gotta slow this shit down.
I thought you went to go play dominoes.
We gotta go slow this down. Yeah, but I heard you. I came back on time. Don't be talking crazy to me. And
you slapping bones over there?
No, not right now.
So y'all don't think us old niggas are just clawing for things to be the way that they used to be when we need to accept that things changed, that there's a new baseline in life?
I don't think y'all realize how much y'all changed. Period. I think y'all think you're more traditional than what you really are, but you're not. I think what it is you guys have pseudo levels of masculinity that y'all think y'all have. That's just not there because.
Like what? Like what, Cheek? That's interesting. Like what?
So for example,
bench person and all that.
Well, not even that. It's just I think y'all are more. I think you guys are more adherent to your women than y'all would like to lead on. Like that's the problem. Y'all like to act like y'all got all this stuff held down and everything. Just ain't nobody crossing us. But y'all the same men that said nobody showed y'all how to be a man. So how do you do that? Like that's the question of the century. How does a fatherless man with no tradition from any man, period, because they're all gone apparently, and you all told us the same era. Y'all all come from the same era, crack cocaine. Y'all all were violent in the streets. All y'all have no scars, but yet you know how to be a man, and you know how to get your women in check. Just for us to find out, y'all really don't. So it's 100%. We need to just be a little bit more honest about who we are as people, and just say, look. I was trying to figure this out just like you trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
The only difference is we have the internet and we have grievances that we let be known because we're looking for help.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the differences. I think we all pretty much similar, but I don't know why y'all want to act like
that. Because all y'all old niggas was in the bathroom crying to Key Sweat in the shower at one point in time. It just wasn't online.
Hamp, you know what this feels like to me?
About some bitch.
And I know you can identify with this. You know, like when, you know, I came through, I pledged in 01, spring 01.
Mm-hmm.
Things were different in 01. Things were different in 91. Things were different in 81. And it changes. It gets diluted, you know, as we go along. Now, you know, you just sign some paperwork and you're a member.
Yeah.
And, you know, older cats, it's just like, man, y'all didn't go through that. You didn't do X, Y, Z. And they won't let it go. But it's like, it's different now, my nigga. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
You want the good old days, but them good old days, my nigga, that shit gonna get you in prison. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I feel like this is, you know, this is synonymous to that.
That's a good analogy.
My nigga, it's just different now, bro. It is what it is. There's a new baseline. We can whine. We can say, stay off my fucking lawn. You can do whatever you want, but the shit is different now. There's a new baseline. And we got to stop this old nigga shit acting like, oh, we got to bring back the old days. Nigga, it's not coming back.
Yeah,
you can't force the women to accept it, bro. They're not going to accept it. Stop whining about the shit. You know
that is a great fucking analogy, B. And you know what the ill part of it is, right? Because them niggas know what time it was. If you didn't, you know, hazing was abolished in 1985 for everybody who doesn't know that. Okay. But you know, hypothetically speaking, at least Sean, the niggas that's paper, they'll pay homage though. You see what I'm saying? At least they'll be like, yo, salute to XYZ, yada, you know? That's oftentimes I think what happens. There's a disconnect. Like there is no like recognition for, okay, things may be a little bit different, a little bit more tough, you know, considering the drugs that I mentioned and etc. And I think the fact that it goes both ways, we don't be whooping their ass because, you know what I mean? Because they at least be like, okay, I understand we didn't face what y'all met, so to speak, you know? So I think, but nah, that's a great analogy. That resonates well for me at least. Yeah, that's solid. And Cheek, you 100% right, man. That's why old niggas be looking so tired, because these women running amok too, and we trying to get them in order and in line like we think they should be, right? Based on the propaganda is what I'm gonna qualify it as, you know, that we want to fit into. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I don't think nothing's wrong with that. Like I understand having a standard for yourself and your generation. But the problem is when we ask the questions that every any archaeologist or anybody who studies anthropology, who set these rules? And if you keep telling me you didn't have a father to help you set these rules, and then the fathers that we get are you guys, not to say that you're bad fathers, but y'all just kind of did shit and hoped it worked out, then now we're stepping into that with, I think this works. My dad said do this. Like, what do most men know about sex? Just a very key thing. Wear a condom. As simple as it gets. You don't talk about the emotions that come behind it. You don't talk about the care that you need to look after with a woman. You gotta smash as many soil roll oats. Make sure you don't get no baby, no STDs, and wear a condom. And if that's the extent of the conversation, then what do we produce? We produce women that look bad, and we produce men that just want to continue to do that without knowing what it means to be a man, have a family, or anything. You just don't know, because what y'all did was try shit, and now we just trying shit.
Damn, BMU was popping.
What up, everybody on the panel? How y'all doing tonight, brother?
Good to see you, man.
What's good, dog? What's good? It's been a minute, man.
It's been a minute, my brother.
So, Black man, we breaking down traditionalism. Sway pointed out the simple fact that man have authority, last say, and control is the epitome of what traditionalism is for all intents and purposes, because we've already mined out the fact that Black women specifically have always worked, as an example. You know what I mean? So that wouldn't disqualify her as being non-traditional because she putting in work specifically to help the family.
Right.
You know, Aaron said a nigga that was his wife was a whore and he was making her be a whore, they still traditional, or that he's still meeting the tenants, one of the tenants, because he has say so over what she does.
Wait, hold on. His wife.
If he put her on the stroll, he made that decision for her to go on the stroll. He's still checking off the tenant because he's the one in control of that decision.
He's exercising patriarchal authority.
The only way I can't because my girl. The only way it would change if we're gonna talk specifically to the morality and the idea that our country was based off of a religion, i.e., Christianity. So we're talking about traditionalism. Pimping out your wife traditionally ain't an okay thing to do, and morally, most men would not co-sign with that. And I think the tradition has to be something that most men would co-sign. And did you deem appropriate to do with your wife or their daughter? And most men would not deem that appropriate. So that it just, that's where it's shaky. So it's two different arguments.
He's just leveraging a tenet of traditionalism to do a fucked thing.
Well, yeah, I'll just give a Black man the rundown. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you on that, Sway. Because, you know, from a biblical, since you brought the Christianity, from a biblical perspective, in Leviticus it does says that fathers do not prostitute your daughters.
Yeah.
To be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land became of full wickedness. So yeah, I agree with you, Sway, on that.
BMU, when you making, and not to get too like deep, right, or personal per se, but when you making decisions in your house, like, how does it flow, if you don't mind? Big decisions, not like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I value your opinion, and you respect my decision.
In the instance she disagrees, do you guys have civil discourse?
Yeah, because I'll ask out of respect for her. I'll say, hey, so why do you disagree with this? And then if she disagrees with it, then I say, okay, I understand, you know, where you coming from, but I've researched this, or this is the decision I want to make based on this and how this will benefit the family. So I'm going to go ahead and and push the button on this and move forward with this. But I do understand how you feel moving forward, but I want to make sure I go ahead and make this decision. I'm glad you know that. I wanted you to know that.
If I characterize that as proving why your decision is the best one, is that valid?
Say it again.
If I characterize what you do, like once she questions it, so to speak, you proving why it's the best decision, or substantiating why.
Yeah.
Is that a mischaracterization or is that valid?
No, that's valid. Because I'm showing her this is why this decision is being made.
And can you guys hear on panel discussions where somebody may use the S word against BMU if he said that?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
definitely
the
can.
Simp.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right? Like that's problematic, right? Like is that problematic that they would use that word against them, or?
So the only thought process I can think of is that what they want to portray is that, let's say he's supposed to be the CEO, and if she has an idea of how the corporation should move differently, she would present and has to prove to him why that they have to move differently than what he already has set in motion.
No, 100%.
So the fact that he's having to prove to
that it's
her
flipped, though,
is where they'll struggle with, like, why are you proving? If you're the leader, you shouldn't be having to prove your decision. I get it if you want to clarify for her, but there's no necessarily like proving anything. This is what we're doing unless you can prove otherwise.
Yeah, I think also in this space, a lot of cats be thinking you're supposed to be heavy-handed. You're supposed to be gorilla pimping with it. She's supposed to do what you say because you said it. Better not be no talk back. What I said, I laid down the law. Get in line or get gone, whatever. But I want to say this too. Shout out to all the gentlemen that have civil discourse, you know what I'm saying, with their ladies and stuff like that. I'm going to say, because this is the part that Cheeky was talking about, like in terms of us being transparent. Them conversations ain't always civil, G.
Nope, they're not.
Them conversations ain't always. Sometimes you need a little bit more edification and clarification.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So,
I just said it because black man. But if I was using myself as an example, there's been plenty of times where I'm like, yo, if you was a nigga, you wouldn't dare, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm glad because I heard you say that before, so I tend to believe you.
like you.
But the conversations ain't always pretty. But again, we human. Like these are real people, man. This shit ain't, get in these boxes and it's all sweet, Swisher sweet and all that. Nah, man. Sometimes she need a little bit more edification and clarification because she don't see the vision. So sometimes you gotta feed her the vision. That's all.
Yeah. And then another thing that happens is they think if you are that way that you can't be heavy-handed, as if there's no balance to who you are as a person, as if there's no versatility to your approach to your woman, and you understanding that. Like I'm sure, as cool and calm as Chicago Rilla is, I know if he needed to get his woman in check, I know he can do it. But for some odd reason, whenever Chicago Rilla continuously shows his, is more, what do you call it? When you diplomatic. There we go. Diplomatic. No. More diplomatic side. When he shows the more diplomatic side instead of being domineering, the only thing we think is Chicago I could never see Chicago. But it's like, wow. First of all, there's so many different things, and anybody that's been in leadership will know there's so many different ways to approach different people because you need to in order to get the job done. But for those who've never led, haven't been a captain on the football team, a leader in the Army, Air Force, I've been in these positions, haven't been in these positions. Most of these men on these panels do. So when I'm saying something, it's not far-fetched. And what I'm starting to realize a little more is a lot of the men that only see one-sided in that way may not have just been in that position, not to speak down on them, but just to say, hey, maybe you don't understand that the complexities of a human being have to be acknowledged in order to accomplish a goal. If you don't acknowledge that, you're going to have a hard time. It's already hard enough to get this pretty little thing to shut the hell up and cook and clean. Now I want to talk about something a little more complicated, and she's got her own thoughts. Now I got to take in consideration of that because she's a human being, and I'm not going to smack her like Ike because that's just not in me to do. That's part of traditionalism as well. You adapt to your current environment. Like, so when we start having these conversations about traditionalism, we just need to be, we need to pinpoint where, when, how, when, and who, what culture, who does apply to, because if not, this is going to be subjective and we go wherever you want to.
Yeah.
You see what he just said? That is the tenement of leadership that is traditional, done the right way, which is counter to putting your woman on the host role. You're still exercising the authority, but you're doing it properly. You're doing it justly. You're doing it efficiently. You're doing it correctly.
Yeah, no, that's real, man. That's real. We got to start talking. We got to start being more genuine when we having these conversations, right?
Absolutely.
No, because we can't. Go ahead.
I was just saying that's only real if she respects you.
What you mean?
I just told you, man. If she don't respect you, or your thoughts, or your opinions, or your being, and has never been taught to give a fuck about pleasing you, you're not gonna get to those conclusions like that, man. Where you can just, it's always like no, because at the end of the day, if it goes against what she wants directly, and you trying to articulate why you want to go against what she wants directly, a lot of times they just want what they want, so it's still gonna be a no. So unless she respects you and your decision making and understand that you are thinking about putting her in the best betterment, it's not gonna go like that, man. It's like they really go against you because they think whatever your decision is going to somehow put them in a direct.
Put them in a compromising.
They're going to put them in a compromising position. That's the only reason they're going. If they have a pre-notion that your decision making is always going to put them in a compromising position, they're never going to respect your decision making. They pretty much told the most of their lives that men's decision making for you is going to put you in a compromising position.
You know what the fix is for that? If you come across a woman that always thinks like that, agitate the gravel. Why are you married to her?
Exactly.
So now
I'm married to them.
Right. No, but so now let's entertain the other side of the tracks. You find a woman that isn't always like that, but there's still a propensity to become like that. What do? Listen, if we execute my plan, you can fuss all you want if it fails, and I'm ultimately responsible for fixing this. You won't have to touch a thing. If we execute your plan and it fails, I'm going to have to help you clean it up. And you're never going to hear the end of it. You're going to be fucked 6 ways from Sunday. So why don't we go ahead with my plan? If it goes wrong, I got to clean it up. Have your way. And then when it goes right, now the trust is built. If it goes wrong, she's off the hook anyway. The trust is built.
Question before you go on, Uncle Rick. If Aaron says that, will they use the S word against him?
Probably. Fuck him.
No.
Yeah, they use it on everything. They use it
because he negotiates. If this happens, then it's on me. If it happens to you, then I'll clean up. Go ahead, Uncle Rick.
No,
I'm just asking. I just want to see where the S word is used.
Like I said,
it's somewhat simping because
see what I mean?
Like I said, Uncle Rick. I hear you on that, but like I said, that I take that with a grain of salt because this whatever it could be used for anything. I don't worry about that, but I hear what you're saying, right? But look, Aaron, what you just said. Listen to what the young fella's saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let me make the decision, right? Because the truth is, you want to make the decision so you don't have to clean up her mess if it goes wrong, right? But the truth is, even if you did, you still got to clean up her mess. Facts.
That's what I'm saying. If we went with her plan.
Right. So let's stay right there, right? Stay right there. So if we understand as men that that's the case anyway, so it's my fault. It ain't even got to be my fault. I got to clean it up anyway, right?
Anyway, right.
Right. Yep. And that's what they saying. So if we have the understanding of this, what is this extra leverage coming from?
It is.
You see that's what I'm saying. So
that's why
who's lying? So who's lying?
I don't know, but I know who's telling the truth.
Who's lying? If they do not have, if the young fellas, right, the Thundercats, if they're saying that they have the understanding of this, right, and the truth is, your woman, if she being honest, she has an understanding of this,
sure,
right? So where are these extra requirements coming from? Where's these extra stretches? Who's lying? Either the young fellas are lying as usual. Either the men are lying or the women are lying. Who's lying? Because we all just said the traditionalism for us. I think we all look of a certain color and a certain tone up here, right? Is the understanding that both of us worked. The understanding between both of us, right? The understanding between the both of us that, okay, if we're being in a traditional household, I'm going to make the final decision. If I defer to you and it fucks up, whether it goes well or bad on my side, I gotta fix it. And if I defer to you and it fucks up, I still gotta fix it. And if let's say it does go right on your part, at that point, hopefully you just taking as that. But is that the case? Or is it now I'm smarter than you, nigga, right? I got this one right? One in the box to my 1-0. You see what I'm saying? So what's the expectations? What's the real expectations in a relationship? Are the young man being honest and saying, hey, I know I got to do this. I know I got to do that. I got to be emotionally available, blah, 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 this and that. But you telling me I got to be more than that. Am I off, fellas?
Sway?
I think for the most part, it's one unrealistic expectations. Like, where is these expectations coming from? If this has never been did your daddy, like you said, did your daddy amount to what you are espousing and have the expectations for us? Because for the most part, that's going to be a no. So I don't know where no unrealistic standards come from, and let alone they don't amount to much either. And then also, I told you, we're pretty much set up to fail with them because everything that would take for them to cooperate with us, they've been told their whole lives and indoctrinated to think that that's not the correct way to go. So I don't know where you think that somehow they're going to believe a random young man like us over the people of their influences in their entire lifetime. Like, that doesn't. And if we don't somehow overcome this, we're weak. If we don't marry them, we're weak. If we don't somehow try to figure it out with them and make it, it's just like a lot of young men is stuck a rock in a hard place for the most part. They don't have no purpose because they were told to chase their dreams. They didn't have direction. Then they got to set up to deal with women and expectations to conquer this beast. I don't know why y'all sending these young men into a burning building with no flame suit or fire extinguisher or no training. Y'all just told them to go in there butt ass naked and accomplish something. Or y'all went in there where it was just a grease fire and y'all actually knew where the fire extinguisher were. At least you might have had to go grab it. You know what I mean? Find it. But motherfucker, like what?
I'm just asking if that's what it sounds like.
Wait, the funniest point about it, Sway, and I find this shit so funny, bro. It be these chicks out here talking about you ain't like the men were of the past, and these bitches don't know no men of the past because their daddy wasn't there either. Because their daddy wasn't there, and because their brother ain't had no fucking daddy, and that's what they be talking about all the time.
Men of the past,
niggas ain't raising their children.
The men of the past, is that a good or a
why
bad thing?
Why they complain about the men of the past?
But I'm saying, is it a good or a bad thing to not be like them? Because it's like damn if you don't. It's like we not like them to shame us, and then you also shame those men and hold us accountable for the action and decisions they made. So it's like, are they bad men or good men? It's like, are we good men or bad men? Pick and choose. Like, you can't.
Is it missed or is it not missed?
I think it's like okay. So it's crazy, bro. So this is how I look at it. Because I had this conversation with my older brothers and shit all the time. The dad I knew was not the dad that they knew. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So I think it goes to men were doing the best they could at that time frame in history. That's how I look at it. But I'm gonna do this again. God damn, I'm going at women tonight. Fuck you hoes. When women got the same opportunity, they flopping that shit right now. They flopping it. They're not flopping the education and the freedom. They're flopping the family side of it. And I think there's some sick, twisted shit going on right now. They have so much freedom right now where they can have it leisure, but they actually want families. They don't know how to actually put the effort in and the work to socialize in that personal aspect of themselves, to actually give a part of themselves up, to have a whole. They don't actually want to give that part up, what I think it is. So they're trying to reverse engineer the accountability and overall head of household to the man while still keeping their freedom that they have right now. That's what they truly want. But they don't want to put the effort in to acquire that shit.
Well,
they're like lazy house cats. That cat that sit on the top of the fucking counters all day and look down. It just comes down to eat and then goes back up somewhere where you can't find it. That's what they really want to be.
Well, they've been told that they could have it all. You know, the demand in the career, the family, or the man would be there for the picking whenever they're good and ready, you know, to choose that man. So that's part of the challenge that you see with a lot of sisters too. But I'm sure, Hamp, you wanted to keep it on the brothers with regards to this conversation around traditionalism. I know Hamp, I know Granville ready to go in.
I'm
I
listening.
really don't want to do it.
Not brother. You can go there.
Okay.
I just think, you know, with us talking about it, I want to make sure my young brothers understand that I hate this deficit mindset that I hear from a lot of men these days and age when we having these conversations. I hate the fact that we walk around saying you can get the pussy long as you don't fuck it up. Nigga, I'm not. If I'm approaching a woman, nigga, I'm taking control of that situation. She ain't driving this fucking car.
I see.
I just get I'm weary of that just a deficit mindset. Women always, you know, we just acquiescing to them and all that. Like niggas was talking about if women said, hey, if you make 30 grand, that's good. Niggas would be fighting to make 30 grand. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of control that the women seemingly have, and it worries me. You know what I mean?
Hold on. Hamp. What if all the pussy in the world disappeared?
Huh?
What if all the pussy in the world disappeared?
What you mean, like vagina?
What if all the natural bleeding pussy in the world disappeared, nigga?
I don't know.
Dump it all in Vaseline. Buy every stuff you can. Buy out Vaseline tomorrow.
If pussy disappeared, the power grid would go down, nigga. Niggas ain't doing
it. Most men's purpose better come from ideas.
Oh, my bad, y'all. Rilla had.
No, I was trying to follow what Granville was saying. That's all, and I was just like kind of building on that.
No, go ahead. I ain't handicapping it.
Yeah, because I just think that the sisters, you know, they've been fed that Disney logic, right? We talk about that Disney picture, you know, you can have it all, you know, you can have the husband. The difference though is like you can get the PhD and all this education and do all this and the third, and then the man will be there when you're ready. Nah, what they finding is that dude that they wanted, by the time that they're ready to get him, he's already doing what he needs to do. And so now you're left with the slim pickings that leaves you with homeless dudes in Atlanta getting offers from like 100-something.
But Rilla, look though. See, here's the thing. Now, who's left with slim pickings? The women?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Not if she pretty enough. What's our totem pole?
Now you talking about the minority, you know?
Nah, beauty is at the top of our totem pole.
I agree with that, Hamp, but Granville got to go ahead. Granville, he got a point there.
That's the minority, Hamp. You talking about once they hit? Look, them good.
You saying that's the minority? Okay, so it's a moot point. Okay,
once they start hitting 36, 37, 38,
I can see.
And most women in America white. So I guess we talking about black women. That's fine. Let's talk about black women.
Yeah. Well, does anybody on the panel like white women? I don't think so.
I don't got no preference.
I'd never marry one, but I'd pipe one.
Yeah, pipe one. Hey, Sway, they put a vagina on the light pole out here. Niggas was out there all week, so don't.
That's gross.
They put a vagina on that motherfucker. Niggas was out there all week, Sway. So don't even worry about that.
Like sloppy knives. Who the fuck?
Hey man, be like that during football camp. But sorry, go ahead. Anyway,
I wanted to say one other thing too.
You know.
Kiki was saying earlier that a lot of us are like, you know, we didn't have the instruction, and so you know, we're fumbling around, right? I like to think that, or I say all the time, like, you know, Generation X is like, we're the last remnants of what we saw in our grandfathers. Not necessarily our dads, but a lot of us will talk about, like, you know, what we saw in our grandfathers. And so even for the world that my grandfather raised me for, I was in the middle of that transitioning. So that whole, you know, stay at a job 20 years, retire with a pension, that no longer exists. Hamp, I think you're a millennial. Your generation was right there, like, to see everything switch. I could just remember when it was analog to digital. Then for y'all's generation, especially Generation Z, everything is digital. Everything is digital. So that you don't even, if I say 8-track, you like, huh? VHS, Betamax, huh? Right? And so, you know, again, for Generation X in particular, it's one of the reasons why, well, not one of the reasons, but one of the things that I think y'all got to give grace for is that the world that we tried to create for y'all, we didn't react quick. Well, not create for y'all. The world that we raised y'all for, we didn't react quick enough and understand that world no longer exists, or would no longer exist by the time you hit adulthood. Go ahead, Aaron.
I can agree with that.
That's the thing, and you never will react quick enough. And I think this answers Sway's question. This has happened since the beginning of time. With the analog to digital, it happened in the industrial age. The thing we got to understand is we too are romanticizing the men before us and the days that they lived in, but they made it up as they went along too, right? I was raised by my father, 2-parent household, and I had to build the plane as it's taken off based on, you know, given the instructions that he gave me. Do you know why? Because the instructions he gave me were learned in a time before the time he gave them to me. And I got to apply them at a time that has not yet come to be. And that's how he got the instructions. And the guy before him, and the guy before him, and the guy before him. So, Sway, when you say we're sending you into a burning kitchen and we knew where the fire extinguisher was, no, we didn't. No one ever did.
It's just the burden of men.
That's it. And here's the thing. Like me personally, I'm not going to sit here and denigrate or put you guys down for what everything you said. I resonate with, I understand, and I agree.
So Aaron,
I'm sorry. I don't know what to say.
Sorry to interrupt you. When you were 23, the women you were dealing with at that age, you think they were just as hard to get along with as that we're struggling with now at our age? You think it's a similar experience?
You can't ask me because I was a Marine.
What do you think generally for most men? Do you think it was hard for them to have?
Because they were like post talk show era. So they were, you know, that was when like they just came out of Paymount automobiles and Scrubs, and oh man, they had a chip on it. You kidding me?
Man, I am not going for it. Why y'all do this,
bro? I literally hear y'all say y'all grew up in the pimp daddy era where y'all OGs was pimps and they were putting.
You never heard me say that, but
I was bootlegging the R&B music in the back of y'all cars, and the gas was 10 cents. And
but here's the thing: forget about gas.
Aaron is 42.
You understand the simpery necessary to get me where we had to sing bathwater drinking songs. That's how bad it was. We had to sing bathwater drinking songs. All those soft ass R&B songs you're referring to. That's what the fuck we had to resort to get anywhere.
So was y'all form of simping? But y'all form of simping, did y'all get y'all coochie?
We hoped.
I feel like y'all be using simp like way too.
Wait, you know the crazy thing about it.
I do too. When y'all talk about
wait, but nah, Sway, yeah, Aaron ain't lying.
So did it not get you coochie? So you think it's the same?
I'm a different story. I played college football.
Way back then, it was a cat and mouse game between male and female. That's the reason why you was running game, right? The females play hard to get.
The way they view you, like.
So let me ask a question. Do you all think that women
society
today? Do we think that women today view men more favorably now or in the past?
In the past.
More favorably,
in the past.
In the past, I agree.
It would seem like in the past because of how the
did y'all get twerked on? Yes or no?
Wait,
hold on.
Did you test the cheeks in the club? Yes or no? Because niggas not even getting the twerks.
Hold on. Y'all don't know how to dance. That's a personal problem.
Come on, bro. I'm just throwing out a joke, and now niggas out here that CTE ass thing. We coming for you.
You can dance? Is that what you're saying?
You're not putting me on the spot.
Nah. You talking big shit. Can you dance, nigga? That's what we asking.
In real life.
You want the big screen, baby boy?
Cue the music. We saw what EBD got.
I'm not EBD. You're not going to set me up like EBD.
Wait a minute. Wait. You can dance.
Hey, Sway, like he be crumping
you
this
can dance.
shit.
I didn't know you could dance.
Sway, you be
Me?
crumping this shit.
Yeah,
I can definitely
No,
dance. but
I
you're
used
not
to
gonna
get.
set
I
me
used to
up
be
for,
dance battling all types of shit.
you was
you're not
crumping.
setting me
You
up.
look like you look like
He
a
looked
mean-ass
I
like
used to be
crumper.
pop locking and shit.
Ooh.
Sway looked like
Hit y'all
That's
with
aggressive
that
ass
Harlem
nigga
shake.
too.
for real.
He's
Hit
scared
y'all
of
with that
everybody.
Harlem shake.
Right.
Oh yeah, I used to do all that shit. Wait, so Cheek, I think it seems like, and your question was, the women treated us better. What do you say? Sorry.
The question is, do you think women today view men more favorably in the past or now? Like,
I think in the past, and the reason why I think that is because especially how the young brothers talk, as opposed to how we talk, which would further that my thought.
You know what
so,
it is.
so I'm gonna ask you a question. When you say how we talk, could you elaborate just a little bit?
You know, like how we had the machine gun method. I'm going to talk to 10 girls, we would approach, etc. And then just in terms of what the brothers say, oh, you know, me too, and I gotta be a sniper, you gotta be careful. A lot of times people ain't on the internet, they ain't hearing niggas talk like that. All they see is men not approaching. You know what I'm saying? So they just like, you know, so
and this is where we always run into conflict or some contradictions, right?
Yeah.
Because while you're saying, I understand what you're saying, men being a little bit more aggressive, you know, taking the opportunity to go shoot a shot.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you have movements that are large and very prominent in our society, like the Me Too movement, or you start hearing women speak. Because here's the thing about the internet: not only do we hear more men's thoughts, we hear more women's thoughts. And too many times we've heard women say, "We're not out here for men to hit on us." Right now, of course, y'all do the psychological game, which is they lying. Go talk to them anyway. But we are starting to realize it's a little bit more dangerous if we go up there and she go, "I don't want to talk to you."
Yeah, that's what I said though, Cheek. That's what I was saying.
Right. And again, that's what I'm saying. The things that women, I think, would like to hold against the younger generation is due to their complaints in society actually listening to them and trying to set something forward. Like,
set a boundary, bro. That it
it'd be different if she was talking and then nobody cared, and we was all like, "Yeah, shut up, get back in the kitchen," and we just ended it there. That would be great. We'd all shoot our shots still. We all do the stuff. We all bumping around on some random chick in the dark and hope she look back and like us, because that's wild. And then when she do, I mean, like, we would still do the wild things we would do today.
Cheek, what it is double talking, right? They'll say what you're saying and then say what I said. These niggas is scary, etc. You see them, right? But I'm just saying, in terms of answering your question, that's why I'm saying they would deem the men of yesteryear more favorable, or look at them more favorably, because they'll want two things at the same time. You know, that's how I got to my answer.
But it's a completely different environment, and that was socially acceptable to do that. But
Sway, I'm not debating that. I'm saying that the women will agree. They'll say they'll leverage Me Too when it's convenient, and then leverage the fact against men that they don't approach when it's convenient.
Oh, for sure. But the older men do that too, though.
What you mean?
The older men leverage.
Y'all feed into that shit.
Y'all feed into that shit all the time. Call us sweet because we don't cold approach. We don't pull up. We stand in the. You already made fun of us for the way we socialize in the club.
Man, you smell something?
But
Definitely smell something out here. I smell pussy. Yo, he's a pussy.
Look here, old nigga. Y'all old niggas gonna fucking chill.
It's true. It's true. Sway, right?
Man, let them have their fun. They got a prostate exam they got to do tomorrow. Just let them have fun.
Yeah.
And then when y'all start talking, Sway, here's how we really be thinking. Like,
you're a victim.
But so many things have changed, man. Like, the value proposition of marriage and relationships has changed. The feeling that you have to be or need to be married has changed. The need to have a 2-income household in a lot of people's mind has changed. They get into the bag now. They don't need no nigga in their brain. You know what I'm saying? That's been diminished. So in terms of the old versus the new, they don't feel like, and to a lot of people it's justified, they don't feel like they need a nigga. Especially if they feel like, you know what I'm saying, a nigga wants to, you know, a lot of times what we hear is niggas want to, some niggas, not us, some niggas want to literally like lord over these women, and they like, nigga, I don't need you. Why would I bring in new management when I'm managing fine just by myself? When I'm fucking, they fucking whoever they want to fuck, They traveling how they want to travel. They got everything they want. You know what I'm saying? They doing better than a lot of niggas. We got to understand, once again, when you're talking about
Them bitches ballin'.
versus B, when you talking about A versus B, when you talking about something that's binary, you have to understand how the people on the other side are looking at things. And for some reason, we keep looking at it the way that we keep looking at it, and that don't fucking matter to them. It don't have to matter to them. How are they looking at it? Whether it's right or wrong, we need to understand their psychology.
Question about the lording. I know you said some. Is that the minority or majority of men that want to lord over women?
I think the minority, to be honest. I don't think that many men are that insightful or that intentional. I think on the internet and on YouTube we are. I never heard nothing about intentionality and none of this type of shit before I got to the internet. Never. I don't think niggas are thinking about it that deeply until we get in these deep conversations with each other. Niggas just trying to fuck something and just go, you know what I'm saying, go along with the flow. Maybe they stick with a chick because, like, damn, you still here? All right, I guess we gonna keep going forward and do something. Niggas ain't that intentional with this shit, bro. So I'm gonna say the vast minority. Niggas ain't got these grand fucking plans that we make it seem like on YouTube. That's not how it's going, my nigga.
Mm-hmm.
We talk to some great niggas, some great guys on these panels. That's not most people. Most niggas is in the hood just doing whatever the fuck they want to do. They wake up, they roll up, they pull up. They just doing life, my nigga. And so me, who has a 17-year-old daughter who will be 18, you think I'm about to tell her to subscribe to one of these little fuck niggas? Are you crazy? I'm helping her boss the fuck up, nigga. You know what I'm saying? We got generational curses to break. Men had this is the other thing. In terms of the generations, men had more of a sense of duty, a different sense of duty. I'll say that then. Part of a man's identity and his sense of duty then was to be, you know, this breadwinner, the sole breadwinner, or the primary breadwinner, I should say. Now they don't necessarily have to feel like that right now, which is why we can't say that these men are worse men. They're just different. And it's just the natural ebbs and flows of life. You know what I'm saying? But we have to be honest about that.
Let me ask you this, Sean. And BMU is not. I want to hear his thoughts. So would you rather be a nigga like a nigga today or a nigga like how you was born?
I would rather
leading question.
I would rather be a nigga like the niggas today. I would. I think that they are more open-minded. I think they're more forward-thinking. I think and Aaron alluded to this. He made a very good point. You were given things by your grandfather or your whoever. Even when you look at our parents, it was like, hey, kids should be seen and not heard. They just told us a bunch of shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things, think about it. My mama couldn't tell me shit about credit because credit wasn't nothing. They didn't have credit growing up. So when it came out, it was just a lick for them. That's why we all had shit in our name, a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of things, man, they're y'all said analog and digital. A lot of things our parents and grandparents were still in the analog phase, and that's what was downloaded into us. Pause. And so a lot of times we don't allow ourselves to be like, God damn, you know what? This thinking is fucking outdated. Let me holler at Sway and get his perspective. Let me see what Granville is talking about. And for some reason, we want to be that stubborn old fucking man and keep everybody off our lawn instead of saying, hey, my nigga, let's go have a drink. Let's talk. Let me get an idea of what's going on. You know what I mean?
I see why you're saying, okay, that was a good answer. I understand it. I want to get BMU in. It's just that these niggas is ticklish, Sean. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a weird dynamic.
Ain't your name Happy? Ain't your name Happy?
Hey.
Crazy. That's wild.
Hey, coach, y'all Teletubbies.
DJ Ham.
This might be risky.
Get cheeky ass out of here, bro. Go ahead,
Why you kick cheeky, dog?
What'd you say, Granny? What'd you say?
I said, why you kick cheeky?
This might be risky.
There goes Granny.
Us old niggas be sensitive. Goddamn it. Go ahead, BB.
DJ Ham will teach you.
I know him. I mean, I know you into football just like myself and coaching and being around these young men, bro. I just rather be like the guys of old, man. I mean, yes, these guys are open-minded. Yes, they're being able to, like what you just said. Who said that? Oh yeah, Sean said, you the seen and not to be heard. It was a reason for that shit. Because if you don't check kids, them motherfuckers will say anything. You become their friend, they'll get in front of your friends and be like, yeah, bitch, I heard the same thing. Like back in the day, you couldn't do that. Kids are allowed to just speak their minds now to their parents. You know, I'll be in the store walking down the fucking aisle, and a black girl is talking to her mama like they just got out of school together. You know? Yeah, are we gonna get this? I know that, just acting like they fucking friends. Like I think that the old cats didn't put up with that. I think back in the day, if I walked up to my grandfather in the middle of a conversation with another man and I was a kid, I'll probably get my ass knocked the fuck out. But we don't have that no more. Kids don't have no look at kids have an open mind right now, but they also are opening their asses, they're opening their mouths, they motherfuckers more effeminate, they soft.
Wow.
I mean, it is what it is. If you go look at the kids now, I'm coaching boys that say they're these open-minded kids. I'm coaching them. Big fucking 6'1", 235 solid pound boy crying like a bitch.
So can I ask you something, BMU? How old are you?
I'm 40.
I would say your generation all the way up to 54 was the ones that raised them soft-ass kids. Y'all the niggas that raised them. Or wasn't there. Or y'all impregnated that crazy bitch. You know that one crazy baby mama that you only call sometimes because she got you on child support just to see your kids sometimes? You know what I'm saying? When she not acting crazy? Yeah, y'all went and nutted in that bitch and she raised that kid and she treated him like
I hear
like
what
an equal.
I hear what you said at the same time though. Them niggas was niggas. Right? They didn't encourage they right now a kid will goddamn, I heard a child say to her father, it was like some TikTok or something. She was like, Dad, I'm pregnant. He was like, oh, I can't wait to have you a baby shower, a gender reveal. She said,
I'm not going to pull it.
You're not going to do that. Why? Because gender is based on what the child thinks they are, not what their genitalia is. You didn't hear that shit.
You know what?
You didn't hear that.
You know what happened? Oh, that.
Take your sissified ass over there and sit the fuck down somewhere. They're not putting up with that. Zero tolerance.
Damn.
I'll give him that one. Them young ass parents like my age and shit, that's the ones that's doing that bullshit.
Yeah.
Black? That's the little fucking weirdos in my generation.
We said don't be seen.
That shit started with
black.
me.
We said be seen and not heard, but you motherfuckers are saying cut off dicks.
Now, hold on. I gave you one thing. Now you just going to extra mile and shit. Slow your roll, man. Slow your fucking roll.
My son don't have like you know what I'm saying. That's what men are saying. Oh, my wife. You know, my wife is okay with it. I'm okay with it. Son, you can get your dick cut off.
They give him more
black relations.
Hold on, let me read these real quick. Callie with the $5 says, "What's up, Hamp? Hey, this is this is a bomb ass panel. All the homies in my face." I read that one. Aaron with the $2 says, "This convo is wild way to start the show, talking about the prostitution and shit like that." Mr. Payne was popping with the $5 says, "The discussion that a pimp is provision and protecting with traditionalism of loving relationship or marriage is the worst analogy ever." Callie with the $5 says, "This is why I separated traditional from traditional mindset last night." Eugene was popping with the $10 says, the big question is, do millennial, Gen Y, and Gen Z, Gen Y is millennial, right? Yeah. So, do millennials, Gen Z couples understand what traditionalism is? I don't think nobody.
You don't know what traditionalism is, Eugene.
Aaron with the $2 says, that's come from white manosphere talking points. Harrison Dave, what's up, Harrison? Salute, my brother. Mr. Payne with the $10 says, Sean, Ebony K rejects men that most would consider 1 to 5% because she wants to be the captain under all circumstances. In a way, modern women want to recreate traditions under their control. August said, drop the link. Aaron with the $2 says, Another night, Cheeky, Granny, and Sway preaching. MC Heavy Tits with the $5 says, hello to the panel and the chat. Salute. Aaron with the $2 says, Generation X taught us rebellion, what DX stands for. Mr. Payne with the $10 says, Sway, to your question, the girls back then were more easily identifiable from the 304s. Meaning there were many 304s back in my day, but women took pride in separating themselves.
Yep.
You said there was more 304s?
No,
there were many. There were many 304s.
But you can tell the difference.
more or less, or the same?
Pure Grit with the 20 ball says the man of the past did the same as the men today. However, men of the past respected the dignity of the women or their women's reputation. Men today make money disparaging women and the image. Salute to the first 20 ball of the day. It didn't fit. You can respond to that one. I got 2, 3 more. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, can y'all imagine if there were bounties on relationships? 20 for a weekend off, 50 for a month, 500 you ban, no buybacks. Them 20s be going crazy, man.
Lauren Mack need a whooping, man. Somebody whoop her, bro.
CEO with the $10 says they favored the men in the past, but literally ran from the men of the past with their movements. And as fast as they could, LOL, and still running, as they say. Men are not the same. Women were oppressed. And that's a good ass point. And with the $2 says Gen X was the one who started transforming.
Oh shit! You done? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I was gonna say, man, I think that to prove all of this shit, bro, because I remember a young lady in my family saying, "Hey, women are stronger than men today, and I'll come over to your house and I'll prove it to you. I'll beat your ass." I said, "That's fine. You pick the weapon of your choice. We go in the backyard at the end, and when it's over, I need you to respect me when I pick you up off the ground." It's the same thing with these new fellas, these open-minded guys, right? They're open-minded. They're more thoughtful. They're more press forward. I would just love to see the millennials back, boomers back, all the millennials back. Just get on an island. You put us on the island, and then you put them niggas on the other side. And I guarantee you, in a week, we'll have fire going. We'd have been killed something, gutted something, eaten.
And I bet you won't.
You'll go over there, them niggas will be twerking.
And I bet you won't.
Wait, so BMU, who's on the other side? So who's on one side? Who's on the other?
The soft ass niggas, the soft ass dudes today.
We could do it. Look, we could do it.
Hold on, Granville.
We could do it later this year.
It's a hypothetical. Who's on the other side?
Yeah, you got, say for instance, you take the millennials back. So the millennials, the boomers, the who else?
Gen X.
Gen X. Yeah, you take them, put all them on one side, and then you take the people, the young people of the day, and put them on the young men on the other side, and see what happens. You have anorexic twerkers over there, hungry as fuck, twerking.
Most you niggas will be dead. Most you niggas will be dead. Most you niggas be dead in 3 days because of your diabetic medication, your blood pressure medication, your cholesterol medication, and your bad fucking back, sleeping on that fucking ground because you sleep on that Tempur-Pedic every day because it take you an hour to get out the fucking bed.
Pressure to be out
Stop the bullshit.
So what you just admitted to is that y'all set y'all kids up for failure?
No, I'm not admitting that we said, okay, that's fine. Let's do that, right? You got the happy wife nigga. Then you got the nigga that set their kids up for failure. But at the end of the day, what happened? You can't. Okay, let me give it to you like this. So you can't beat a kid ass no more. You can't whoop a kid ass no more. If you do it, you're going to jail. You can't correct them physically. You can't correct them verbally now, right? You go to the school. The kid go to the school and say, "My mom and dad, they told me, call me crazy." They fucking gonna have CPS at your house, right? And anything you do to these little fuckers, there's a law against it. You can't whoop them. You physically, you can't verbally talk to them. You can't do nothing. So now parents have their fucking hands tied behind their back because if you do something, they'll you can lose your job. You can lose your way of your living. Mess around with these fucking kids. You're not allowed to do nothing to these fuckers no more. You're not. Back in the day, you say something, you get your ass knocked out. Today, you get talked out. Go to your corner. Go sit and watch TV. Play the video game. That's cool.
You look upset about that, man.
I'm upset about it.
BMU, I got a question.
But why y'all keep saying it? Isn't it the minority of men having the kids? Isn't that the talking point?
Yeah.
So then why we keep saying we? Like it was a minority of men having all the kids, right? Isn't that it's like 20%, right?
Talking about black men.
That's all we ever talking about. Yeah.
That ain't all.
I don't think Black Man Unfiltered ever thought about Lil Jimmy when he said any of this stuff.
No.
Talking about Taquan, Davion, and
Jeremiah. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So what I'm saying is,
but this is a lot of contradictions.
I understand the sentiment, right? he's just saying he's expressing the frustration of masculinity being on the decline. But the issue again that we tend to have, which is very cyclical, is how did we get here? It's not always we're here, right? The question, the answer of we're here now is obvious, right? Because these same feminine young niggas y'all like to talk about are the same ones that shooting people in the head, including your
say that.
including your nephews, your cousins, your aunt, like. So we have demons. Trust me, they're here and they're there, and we're willing to do whenever at the drop of a dime, and to prove some level of masculinity. We don't want to fight because that takes too much time. It's so much easier killing somebody than it is fighting. Trust me, it's just tiring. All right, you ever been in a fight? 30 seconds is a long time.
Yeah, they don't want that ass whooping, cheeky. Tell the truth. They don't want their ass whooping.
Not only that, but it's just, bro, the things that everything's more extreme. If you do something to me in today's time, it's a personal slight, which means you gotta die. And to me, I can understand it because I'm a little extreme. That's because I'm autistic, not because I'm normal. All right. But what I'm saying is the frustrations that Black Man Unfiltered is having about these young men today is not just due to their own, right? We keep doing this thing where we go, y'all, we have a problem, y'all weak, and then we look at y'all like, where was you though? Where were you? Who are you? Where were you? Who are you? And then when you take a look at these young boys, especially the ones that you're saying you're coaching at 6'2", are they single mother products?
Oh no, some of them have their fathers. Some of them have their fathers.
And how old are their fathers?
Their fathers are big.
Minority or majority have their fathers being mute.
Exactly.
The minority.
Okay, so even with the minority, how old are their fathers?
Probably 27, 30, 25, 20.
Wait, what are you coaching?
The kids are probably like 7, 8 year old.
Okay.
Yeah.
At 6'1"?
Wait.
No, listen.
No, hold on. He's exaggerating, but let's.
So from 7 to 8 up to 14U.
14.
Right? So I go all the way up to 14U.
He
So
in
some of
Texas.
these 14-year-old boys are coming out there padded up, 6'1", 200 pounds. You hit them. A little boy hit them in the stomach. They crying like bitches.
Okay, so
I don't want to play no more.
Okay, so let's do this.
Right.
From the ages of 7 to 14, I think there's a lot of space there, and then 14 to let's say 18, within them 4 years, with all of the hormone, they may not be the same. I don't want to judge them. I'm not saying that we shouldn't judge a 14-year-old, but I'm saying I'm a little cautious or weary of judging a 14-year-old, especially if they're lackluster when it comes to parenting department. All right, that's my point. So before making a huge judgment like, oh, this 14-year-old, he fucked. Like, wait a minute, if you get 18.
But you know the thing is though, the mamas are bringing these big sissy back motherfuckers.
Right. Keep talking.
Can y'all do something with my son? Because yesterday my son choked me out. Yesterday my son slapped the fuck out of me.
But Where they daddy at? Hold
on. But when another boy run up on him and hit him in the chest, they crying like a bitch.
Right. But where they daddy at though?
Shit, they daddy not. Some of them daddy's not in the picture.
That's your fault.
Well, you know what? Like him be saying, football is a life lesson. Maybe
Hey, Tiki, I thought you was gonna say fuck them kids. No.
What I'm gonna say is this: you know what Ray Lewis used to say? All the wide receivers used to, catch the ball, but when they had to go cut across the middle, that's when you know who's really a man, because you got to cut across the middle. So the same thing applies too. I'm not going to sit here and say that the 14-year-old is hopeless because he's experiencing conflict with another child his age. That may actually do something and change his mindset towards life. Football is one of those things. So maybe that's when it happens. You coach him and go, stop hitting on your mama and run it again. Oklahoma. I don't know.
But you know what though? They're changing the rules, and you may know this too. They're changing the rules even in football. Now you can't even do, I call it gay to get after their asses, but you can't even put them in the bullpen no more. They can't even jump about the ground.
No!
They took it out the rule. They told us, if you do this, hey, we can't do this. This is not one of the rules anymore. This is
what you got to do is called half line. You make a half of the line, like one side of the field, and you can emulate or simulate Oklahoma how we used to do it.
Right. Can't do that shit no more.
You have to add 3 linemen as opposed to the 2,
right?
And then it'll look like a half line, like So, but yeah,
so
it's
changing the rules, man. And you know what? Let me say this: my daughter played in a basketball game. She played at a rec league just to get some work in. And so she went over and played before the game was started. The coaches met. So in the game, a girl traveled. I'm standing up. I'm like, damn, she traveled. What the fuck? So the coach started getting mad. He said, hey, before the game started, we agreed to let these kids travel and foul each other because they're learning. What the fuck?
That don't make no sense.
How these little bastards gonna learn if you're not teaching them by calling this shit on them? I mean, motherfuckers getting the ball running like Barry Sanders, not bouncing the motherfucker. I'm like, ref, what? Oh, we had a discussion.
Most of them aren't actually playing to learn. They're out there for them to get physical exercise and to have fun doing it.
I'm not trying to see no little girls run no fucking ball like Barry Sanders.
Well, you're not trying to see no little girls do nothing because it's gonna be boring anyway.
How many players make the varsity basketball team? 15?
Right.
10.
So you got how many kids is playing when they're 4th grade? It's like your kid more than likely not going to make that varsity team. What the hell do I got them taking it serious for in 4th grade? Like it's going to be something substantial, and they like, no, you just need to have fun out here. So that's how a lot of y'all older parents think and thought, because when y'all was going through it and y'all parents put pressure on you on something that you weren't going to amount it to, it's like, bro, I'm not trying to go through this and have all this extra backlash out here when you know that I'm just going to be an average regular day and you got these expectations. And so y'all felt that, and so now y'all self-reflect on your kids, and that's typically how the cycle perfuse. So now with my generation, hopefully we self-reflect on y'all and we try to do better, or not even do better, but just self-reflect in a different way with our kids, and hopefully we might have a better relationship dynamic.
They're gonna be softer.
So
yeah, my generation is from 12 to 27. So
by the time 2030 get here, man, it's gonna be so many Adam Apple dress wearing niggas around here on skateboards and flying in cars and shit. It's just gonna be so fucked up. I mean, it's getting bad, bro. The rules are changing. You can't say nothing. Certain things you can't say.
But
that
sounds more synonymous with white people. That don't seem like a lot of young black men is doing all what you talking about.
Okay,
but you know what I'm gonna say is good night, because it's about to be 12 and I got a family that I'm gonna hang out with because y'all cool online and stuff, but I got offline to do. All right, so y'all be safe, y'all have fun. You know what I'm saying? Get off the internet. Enjoy your holiday tomorrow.
You too, brother.
Do all that good stuff. Y'all be fun. All right,
easy.
So DJ, I have a question for you and the panel, guys. How do you feel about these niggas? This is the question. The niggas walking around with their fingernails painted.
That shit crazy to me.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like just think about it, Hemp. When we was in school, how old are you, Hemp?
38.
Imagine when we was in school, Hemp. You came to school as a heterosexual man with some fucking fingernail polish on your fingers. Most young men still think that's crazy. Man, it's like you're real bad.
Most young men still think that's crazy and don't do that.
But he don't.
But can you imagine Mystical with a dress on the cover of his album?
I don't even know who
Yo,
that
don't do that, bro. Don't do Tarantula like that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't even know who Mystical is. Who the fuck?
Nigga, you don't know who Mystical is?
But look, Black Man, that we had a version of that. Ham played a clip of some of the niggas who did it. Full force. Them niggas was wearing crop tops, B. Y'all
niggas had Jerry curl juice coming down your earlobes, nigga. Y'all niggas used to get perms.
We had print.
Aaron went bald because you had too many perms in his hair.
That ass.
You have lost the plot, my son.
I'm just saying, like, I'm old enough to remember Eddie Murphy wearing them tight ass leather pants, and you know what I'm saying, and them stand up jumps.
Like
you know what I'm saying?
Niggas walking into school like that though, that shit wasn't rock. Right. That shit.
I'm just saying.
That shit.
It's
not normal. Let me just say that it's not normal for the young boys though. Like coaching high school, them 99% of them niggas ain't painting their nails. But the difference is they'll let the shit slide when they see it.
Right.
At the very least, a nigga our age will get bullied. At least.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
y'all
what I'm saying.
Socialized us to not bully other kids from day one. Bullying's bad. Don't bully. because of all the shit that
Wait,
y'all
wait.
put them
This
other
see,
niggas
this the thing you keep alleging. The thing
Older
is, it
than
wasn't that hard to take tough shit out of y'all. Pause. It wasn't hard to take competition out of y'all.
You talking about indoctrinators?
Like y'all was already that. What is something about? I don't know. It's, maybe it's the milk, nigga. But
It
y'all
wasn't hard to indoctrinate children.
competition though. But the competition,
it's not that hard to indoctrinate children.
What I'm saying is the competition, right? There's a lack thereof in the generation.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, but those
It could be the socials. Like, let me just finish this point, right? It could be so. Like, for instance, the kids. We do a max out day. Y'all heard of max out? You trying to do bench, squat, deadlift. Try and get 2 or 3 reps, right? When we was in high school, nigga, everybody yelling, screaming, you jumping around. The kids now, they're bland because they on social media and the internet. It's not as much face-to-face interaction. So when you get there, they missing something. It's not just the parenting, right? It's the culture, society, it's the technology.
I can see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? It's just different.
Yeah, it was dogs back then. It's puppies now.
No,
I mean, it was
no.
big dogs back then, bro.
No one. Your generation, my generation, BMU, Hamp, we soft too.
This is where the bullshit start happening. Y'all just be piping your heads on, man. I swear.
No,
Sway. Listen. You know what's crazy? Hemp got a fucking point. Because listen, Hemp got a point. Because listen, my personality when I go out with like my friends and everything, they had to tell me like, don't be a friendly bobbing ass nigga. Don't be bouncing around talking to everybody and acting weird and all this shit. And normally they're more dialed back into their group and they don't venture out and actually like go talk to people and shit when I'm actually like moving around just talking to people, Cherry singing the songs and shit, and they be saying like, I wish you would go sit the fuck down somewhere. And I'd be like, no, I'm out here having a good fucking time. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? So I can actually see what you're saying, yeah?
I can see what you're saying
like,
too.
You know the real part, look, you know the weird part about it? Motherfuckers be using airdrop a lot in hookah lounges and bars and shit. Y'all know what airdrop is, right?
Yeah.
Motherfuckers use that to communicate. That's some weird ass shit to me. Like, why do you have that shit? I'm protected.
It's weird, bro.
But DJ Hemp, like you said, you know, it took the competition out the kids or whatever. It did, bro. I'm telling you, man, it gets to a point, man. I told my wife, I said, I don't think I can't do it no more. I mean, to the point, man, these kids, they take a hit, they get up, they crying. I quit. I'm done. I'm saying, hey, son, it ain't no, put the fucking helmet back on and go back out there and hit that nigga back. What are we talking about? No, I'm done. His mama. He said he done. He don't want to play.
Yeah, man, not really.
He don't want to play no more. He said he fucking done. He don't want to do it no more. And she over there helping him take his pants off and shit. It's just a different time. Back then, you would look up in the stands and you would have somebody say, you get your motherfucking ass back out there. You don't have that shit no more. You let these kids can run them up.
I understand your frustration, Sway.
How old is that parent?
What, the women that I'm dealing with coaching these kids? What, they 30, 35, some of them?
The 14-year-old?
The grandmama is 35. So the daughter probably 20, some shit. This shit crazy, bro. I'm just telling. I got video on my channel, bro. I posted the video of these parents, the mothers coming down on the field, standing beside me while I'm coaching. I videoed them, bro, and I'll send it anybody more. I'll send it to you.
I have a young parent. I'm 25. My mom is 43 and my dad is 44. Everyone thinks it's crazy, and I got young parents. Ain't no way no 14-year-old on average is going to be having the age demographic of parents you talking about. It's not, especially when you're talking about the statistic is black women are having their first child in their late 20s.
But I don't be talking to the host. I don't know how old they is. I'm just guessing.
But I'm just guessing that they y'all age, and more than likely you need to speak to y'all women and get y'all women in check out, because either y'all weren't there or y'all not doing y'all jobs as black men. So you ain't got nobody to blame but yourselves.
Man,
no, you can't use that because again, we always blame the minority of men that are having all the kids. So that's a disingenuous argument if we gonna continue to use a majority of black men don't have kids, right? So switch the argument or align it with those other talking points effectively.
So DJ Hamp, you tried to quit when you was 14 years old. What happens?
Say again. Sorry.
You playing football, 14 years old, you try to quit. What happens?
No, it's not even a thing. I'm not fathoming I can walk off the field. My father would never allow that. That wouldn't even make sense.
Exactly.
Like it's and then the other thing is, right, when we talk to the OGs and the old heads, right, we had to talk to them niggas face to face.
Yep.
I think this dynamic allows for a little bit level of like a disrespect, and I think it goes both ways too. That starts to manifest into something that people think this is real, and it's real to an extent, but if you in people's faces, you'd be surprised how those conversations go, how you learn differently, and etc. So it all plays into the reason why it is how it is.
And then we got everything's a crutch. ADD, NBC, CBS, dyslexic, backwards this, backwards return. I'm just, it's all these fucking this, and your son has ADHD, Mrs. Okay, you get your ass back in class. Or go read this. Mama, I don't know this word. When I get back, you better know that word, or you can get your ass whooped. When she came back, I was reading Stellar. I mean, this shit's just different, bro. The kids don't want to learn. That's why the reading level, look at the reading now versus when we were in school. Just look at the reading. Look at the numbers. These little boys can't even fucking read.
So
they don't want to read.
The only thing with what you were mentioning, Hemp, is that I told you sometimes we conflate where like these stats are really representing who they're alluding to.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all grow up, majority of y'all generation, did y'all grow up with y'all dads?
The majority of our generation? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, not the majority. My dad was on the road a lot, though, so she might as well
So
say
why did y'all turn out differently then, quote unquote?
That's a great question, because we don't have the same factors and influences that you guys have today. That's what I'm saying. It's not all on the men in terms of how kids are growing up and how they conduct themselves.
But in the same situation though, we will tout that black men now in this generation, that the age demographic of they would be raising the younger side of who he was alluding to, maybe the 7-year-olds, that they're the most involved fathers. Like your age, from I say 40 and down, that they're the most involved fathers. So that would be around this 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9, maybe 10-year-olds. And if you're calling them soft, I would have to allude to that it would be, I can preface that it's y'all and those children, because it's not the majority of people. I'm talking about those children's parents, not the stat alluding to most black people. I'm talking about a subset of black people in a certain age demographic.
100%. So when you looked at the involved, did you watch the Medium, man, when I interviewed? Or you were there for a little bit. I think I saw you ask about the reading stats, but I didn't get to it.
Yeah.
What you have that as we drill down in that, I think that the women who filled out those surveys were acknowledging that those dads contribute, but those dads aren't in the home, right? So that dad still has to overcome the 4 days that child is with his mom, and he has a child for 3 days, let's say, just in terms of dividing it up. And are you able to actually overcome what the mom is instilling in your 3 days? I would argue that men aren't, so you still get those results.
Look how much hell
y'all didn't have any dad, and they got some form of a father, and they're getting worse results.
No. So Sway, here's the thing. To answer your question, you were saying, what was the difference between our generation? So, number one, when we raised our children, we said we wasn't going to raise our children the same way we were raised, right? Number one. Number two, we actively sought out male role models. Like a lot of in my generation actively sought, whether that was going to the military or whether that was participating in organized sports. There were in my generation, it would have been Coach Osby and Mr. Young. We gravitated because they talk like BMU and Hamp. A lot of cats gravitated towards those men and sat under their tutelage. So now it's in this generation. So let me say this. Our generation, there was a huge deference and respect for elders, even when we didn't agree with them, even when we thought they were wrong, even when we thought they was talking straight bullshit. Huge deference. We I guess we saying romanticize, idolize, all of those things. I'm saying there was a concerted effort into us seeking to become better men, right? And in this generation, it's more, this is my observation, it's more let me strike out on my own and see what I can do on my own. I'll find my way on my own. I don't need help or guidance on my own. Would you agree or disagree?
That's an interesting point. Man, I think that's a good point.
It could be, well, and the only reason why I say that way, because even with y'all are like, well, we look at y'all and we don't see y'all with the results. So why would I take advice from y'all? So then you're just left with each other. And certainly it's only a certain amount of advice y'all gonna take from each other, because it's like, nigga, you in the same boat I'm in. So what does that leave me with? I'm gonna figure this out on my own. I'm gonna do it myself, right? Whereas we had the same peer group or whatever, but again, we just actively, at least from my experience, we actively sought. If you didn't have your father there with you, you actively sought male role model. I got about 5 different mentors, you know what I'm saying, that I could point to as I was growing up, including uncle, granddad. When I'm on these panels, y'all hear me talk about my granddad and uncles a lot, right? There's also other men. I just ran into one of my best friends since I was 5. His dad poured a lot into me. And he was a second dad to me from a distance. I'm over at their house every motherfucking morning.
Yeah, that's how my shit was set up. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's how my shit was set up.
Really, do you think that there was a black male plight and there was a hyper focus on black male succession when you were growing up, especially young black male?
Do I think there was a black male plight?
It was a hyper focus on young black male succession.
No, I don't think that. When you say succession, like planning for one generation, say it again.
Like focusing on trying to uplift this group of people, like they did with the women's.
No, not in that regard.
It was more that you got to be better, but you're on your own at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Because again, I was born in 73, right? So what we was raised on is that because a lot of our fathers wasn't there. It was 70 babies, free love, the 60s, right? So a lot of our fathers were removed from the home for whatever reason. We didn't know because we was kids, right? So we was, again, in this, I can only go by the situations that I had, right? Schools, boys and girl clubs, community centers, you know what I'm saying? They sit you down in class and stuff. You be like, hey, you got to be better than your fathers, because black fathers not being in their home was an issue in the urban communities, right? So we was always taught that you're gonna either be dead or in jail by the time you was 18, right? Don't be flowing with no gangbangers, and how to be responsible, right? Because again, what was being highlighted was our mothers and our daughters were so at a deficit because men weren't in the home. This is what we needed to fix when we grew up, right? And to address what the difference to me, in my opinion, again, this is just my opinion, right? We were forced to learn it on our own. Right? It wasn't no sitting here and you Google or go. So no, you had to go outside the house, right? You wanted to go shoot hoops out there. Hey, you better figure out that bus route, my guy. Right? You had to go out and actually learn and experience them lessons, no matter what nobody told you. Right? Because otherwise you just stuck in the house with nothing, right? We didn't have no iPad. You had a ColecoVision, right? You had a ColecoVision, you know what I'm saying? Atari and your brothers and sisters.
But that'd be the same thing if you don't know how to access your iPhone and Uber in your local city or town don't have a good transportation system. Like the bus system is ass, you know, there's no subway. And the idea of cab services isn't like you can just call them. So it's like you got to be able to know some form of technology. And a lot of elderly people, I'm saying elderly, not old, elderly people, they have a hard time adapting to just that level of like society. So I think it goes both ways.
So I have a question though. Would it be the same if the roles were reversed? What would happen if there's no reception or something happens with the communications, or you had to be at a certain place and the only thing you had in your glove compartment was a map? How many young motherfuckers can read a map?
We can hypotheticalize.
I'm saying without any type of technology, how many kids could navigate their way through
the map? The map itself is a form of technology. How many people can navigate them without a map or roads or any form of just put them in a fucking woods and see if they can find their way to anything? It's like most people can't do that. So it's like, I get it if we want to break it down and try to say, oh, what is better and what's not and compare, but it's like it really doesn't get anywhere. The thing is I think what Sean alluded to is that it's going to be different in 20 years. The idea of how we think and process getting around is going to be different than today.
Yeah, but Sway, on that point, when Sean and I were talking about the processes, the young cats pay homage to the fact that they indeed don't have to experience those things, and they acknowledge those things that the brothers before them experienced, and they actually
I don't
respect
have to
them.
do that shit.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, in order for the conversation to flow, like the reason why it works when Sean acknowledges it is because it's acknowledged on both sides, right? So what Uncle Rick just painted out and what you responded with, it didn't make a lot of sense to me, because what he painted was the effort to do those things was much different than Uber Eats or Ubering or different apps. What do you think about that part?
But that's not something to.
You already said but, so fuck it.
I think it was pretty cool.
You gonna butt me to death, nigga. Damn, I've been all night.
God damn.
Hey, yo. Hey, I gotta he gotta take a shot of something every time he says something.
My bad, Sway. I'm sorry, Sway.
You ain't sorry.
Me, man.
God damn.
You ain't sorry. You did it.
Let me go get this liquor, man. I'm on my granny shit. I really ain't sorry, but I do feel apologetic though, Sway. I don't know why I said that. Fuck.
I don't know how to articulate this because I'm not that smart, so I try my best. But I just feel like that's a false premise to stand on, that to measure a person's how we measure effort is by if you're able to find the proper bus station and get do that, and then compare it if they just have the relative ability to do it on their phone. It's like we're gonna put all our effort into other things that you didn't experience or have the opportunity to do in your life, and the fact that you can't do those things, we're gonna call you soft for not being able to do them because you didn't adapt to the new age of society, and now you're being held back with how things are flowing. It's like I would take it as disrespect. I know you would. So
I don't think he was down talking.
I'm not done.
No, but even with that premise, I want to go with Sway premise. In my generation, we were just like my grandma say all the time, like y'all not made from the stuff we was made from, baby.
We soft too, yeah.
Right. So
that's
older generation. That's just the shit that they
redundant.
do. You never measure up to the standard that they set based on what they had to go through.
So y'all should know better and know that it's redundant to make those statements.
Well, the truth of the matter, yes, we should know better. Correct. Yes. However, you'll do the same thing. Well, maybe you won't. Maybe let me not project on you.
Well, what was Granny about to say though? Because I don't know if Granny is totally aligning with what Sway said.
My granny would say,
Granville.
Granny.
That's what I call him, man.
I actually agree with you, Ham. I agree with you, Ham, because I had these conversations and shit with my older brothers and my uncles and my dad all the time. Like the stories and shit, how they used to do shit back in the day, and actually look at it, I give credence to them. You know what I'm saying? Because I look at my life and shit out, and sometimes I be wondering, like my dad telling me stories about him just catching a fucking bus around the city. Listen, this wild, nigga. I've never been on public transportation in my life.
Ever? Wow.
I caught the train 2005 Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade in New York. I was marching in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Caught the fucking subway. But to actually have to go somewhere on public transportation because I had a doctor's appointment or I needed to get to school or some goofy shit like that? No, never. So just listening to the stories of how they used to go around the city, how they used to connect and all that shit, I sometimes I think about it and I dream about it and I'm like, damn, what if I wonder how it was. It'd be pretty cool to hear how these old niggas used to actually navigate this shit.
Look, and Granny, don't miss the last bus, my nigga. See, it's a dick like yo.
He used to say that. Yo. He
Hey,
used
you
to say the time he used to
like
miss the bus. Listen. He used to miss the last bus at 11:30 at night. He would have to walk 7 miles.
That's what I'm saying.
7
You ain't had your jack. Yeah, yo, and like
24/7. So
I give homage. I like it. I like to give homage to y'all old niggas for sure. Like right now, I'm still learning it right now because BMU brought up something good. I met this older cat about a year and a half ago. At the truck stop, chilling. We had dinner and shit. We just chilling. Just 2 random truck drivers in there. He was like, "Do you know how to read maps?" I was like, "Fuck no, I don't know how to read no map. I mean, I got my fucking GPS. That's all I need." And he was like, "Nah, you got to learn how to read maps." And then he went and bought me a fucking map, an atlas map. And I'm not gonna say I do it every day, but 2 to 3 times a week, I get in the map and I actually look the destination or map out the route that I actually go through. And I may call an old timer like once or twice a month or something to show him like, yo, I really been doing this, been checking up on him and shit. He'll holler at me, and you know what I'm saying? So I'm actually really trying to learn how to. I really ain't got it down pat yet, but I'm trying. You see what I'm saying? Because he been out here 45 years. 45 years. Back when no GPSs and none of that shit existed. He was using his map. So it'd be pretty cool. I give homage to shit like that with y'all.
I'm gonna add to what he just said.
Before you jump in there, well, first of all, hello everybody. I kind of want to, before we get even further down the road, I just only came up because I wanted to actually address something Sway said. If you guys can allow me a little bit of time for that.
Go ahead.
I want to jump back in. So Sway, you asked a question about what makes the fellas up here different? You know, why do we turn out differently? And I'm going to assume that everybody up here is under 50. Up on the Uncle Rick, you over 50?
51.
51. Okay. Well, we're going to pretend like you're not. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't directly to the men on the panel. It was more so a generalization.
No, I get. You know, I caught all of that. Here's what I want you to
call. Nice, man.
Damn.
Are y'all doing this shit on purpose tonight?
You let nothing
I mean, I think that's something about y'all generation, man. Y'all don't have that self-awareness.
Yo.
Go ahead, TJ. Go. Just talk.
Sean was out of there first. He was like, damn.
Go ahead, TJ. Go ahead, TJ. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I have no idea what just happened.
That's all right. We do. Go ahead.
Oh, no. He was like, I caught all that.
Man. Go ahead, TJ. You in it now. Go ahead.
I'm just like, I don't know.
Yo!
We having fun with it, so whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Jabba, chill out.
The one thing that I kind of want to point out a little bit to Sway is a couple quick things. One, I'm 46 years old. I'm about the same age as your father. My statement's gonna be general, personal, and conflicting a little bit. Our generation, those of us that are in our 40s, I would say the late Gen Xers, early millennials, so that encompasses everybody up here. You have to understand something, Sway. Like, I have a brother, 2 sisters, a niece, and then some of us up here all have children your age. So I have a brother your age. I have 2 sisters your age. Just think about that. I have a brother your age, 2 sisters your age. I got a niece your age. And some of the gentlemen have children your age. So our generation, we're kind of like a Swiss Army knife. We're the roadmap generation. We're the phone booth generation. We're the rotary dial generation. We're the black and white TV generation. We're the color generation. We're the flat screen generation. We are also the tech, smartphone, internet generation. And a lot of that's why I call us the Swiss Army knife, because our generation, we kind of blend over on so many things that was just a thing when you were born. And so a lot of times what tends to happen, I think, generationally, each generation we make things or the struggle, it's a little bit less harder. To Rilla's point about our parents or grandparents' generation calls us soft. Our generation call your generation to a degree, and I'm being general, behind, because each generation makes things a little bit easier for the next generation. And sometimes when we are talking cross generations, there's resentment because we've lost the respect of what the previous generation has actually laid out. So a lot of times, like when I'm giving advice to like my brother or my sisters, you understand what I'm saying? And we're bred in the same,
Can I ask you a
typically in the
question?
same household. There's a disconnect sometimes because you guys are seeing things a little bit different because your experience through the process is absolutely different. And so what makes us, I think, differently is, one, we were out in the streets. We weren't tied to social media and stuff like that. And we still there was about 40%, and I'm just being general, there's about 40% of us actually saw fathers in the home. So if our fathers weren't in the home, there were fathers in the neighborhood who their kids were in the home. A lot of us saw that, and so we actually interacted with a lot of that. And our generation also saw our grandfathers still running homes, and we're interacting. So a lot of us will get a lot of that male training, the male development by proxy. And then we also, because we were out in the streets and face to face, when we got out of order with each other, there was combat amongst each other to realign how we dealt with each other. And also our parents were we were the first latchkey kids. And so we had to learn and grow and progress and be adults a little bit sooner than you, Sway. So I think a lot of times when I hear the 25-year-olds kind of coming up at the 40-something-year-old crowd, because some of y'all are our children's generations or our niece and nephew's generation, I think you lack the grace of understanding kind of like why we are the way we are, where we come from. So I just kind of wanted to point that out. Hopefully I wasn't too convoluted on it, but but that's why I call us the Swiss Army knife, because there's so many different tools that we have, and there's so many different layers and reasonings why we have, or why we turned out the way we turned out, and why we actually engage with you the way we engage with you. It's not just a one thing. We're a fucking conundrum. That's a better word, I think.
Okay, by that age logic, so if I follow your age logic, right? My parents old enough to be all y'all parents. My daddy was born in 50. My mama was born in 55. I got brothers older than all you niggas on this panel. Two of them. I got a sister y'all age. I got another brother y'all age. So by that logic, I understand what you're saying. I understand. And I hate this shit because I'm like right there in the middle, because I grew up with them. So I understand y'all completely, but then I understand what swaying them is, because I grew up right there at the beginning of this shit. But I just don't like the age shit, man, because I think that Sway understands the situations. It's just I think Sway understands it. It's just that people look at the younger generation, and when they come and question it, they look at it as rebellion, or taking it like a grain of salt or some shit. When I think they just want to know and they want to give pushback because they want a straightforward answer. They don't want bullshit.
I'll give you one better, Granville. I'll give you one better to you and Sway. And I brought this up, I think the last time I was up on the panel, is the fact that we don't recognize that you guys are fucking grown men. We call you kids and shit. I've had this conversation. I've brought this up before. And one of my pet peeves is when, like, I'm 46, but I call Sway because he's 25 a kid. Sway ain't no fucking kid. That's a grown ass man. And for some reason, our group wants to keep you guys in the kid row. And we had HQ up on the panel, and she made the comment, well, they're a kid up under me. No, the fuck they're not. There's a grown ass man up under you. Just because you're older doesn't mean that somebody's younger than you is a fucking kid. A kid is a kid. I have a 9-year-old daughter. That's a fucking kid. That
Right.
ain't
And my
Sway and
brother.
Grandville. And so we don't interact with you just because you don't. And I think they say kid and they really mean you don't have the experience, which that's true. But that doesn't mean that you're not a fucking grown ass
It's
man.
to set a
and not an adult.
hierarchy in the conversation. It's to set a hierarchy in the conversation.
No, and that's where I'm agreeing with you on, and that's why when I'm on a panel and I hear somebody call a 25-year-old man a fucking kid, that you'll get me to jump in, because I remember when I was 25 years old and the shit that I was carrying. I wasn't carrying it like I was a fucking kid. I was a grown man carrying some shit. You know what I mean? So that's why I give pushback on it. And that's why I can kind of understand kind of some of the vitriol that I hear coming out of Sway or Granville, or Granville say, fuck you old niggas when you're talking crazy. Because we tend to little boy grown ass men. And so instead of coming at it from the fact that they haven't had enough time to develop the wisdom that we have. But Sway's a grown man. You got to talk to him like a grown man. Granville's a grown man. You got to talk to him like a grown man. I have this saying to one of my friend ladies. I said, you got to talk to and treat your kids to the level of expectation you want them to rise to. If you want a 25-year-old to be a man, you talk to him like a man. You treat him like a man. You hold him to the same standards as a man. You don't try to push the kid narrative on him.
Yeah,
and if you want even further evidence of that, Camp flipped out on my stream when somebody, and I thought it was innocent. Camp flipped all the way to fucking flipped out.
I don't flip out. You never see me flip out.
No, that was smooth, TJ. How he played that.
What?
That conversation. I know he's talking about that conversation that he had with the gentleman.
Yes.
No, I corrected it. I corrected it and checked it, but I didn't flip out. That's not
okay. I'll use a better term. Hamp, you weren't having that shit when he tried to. When he tried to insinuate that you were quote unquote a kid, even though I think he meant it innocently. But I'm just saying. Just saying.
That innocent shit be bullshit though, bro. And I'm gonna tell you why I be flashing out on the quote unquote old niggas on this panel, on the panels. Because y'all niggas not really old to me. The closest, my little brother is 14 months older than me. But I got 5 siblings that's 10 plus years older than me.
I'm old to you, bro. Listen, let me tell you something. Goo gaga. You understand that? By the time you was born, my nigga, I was taking a bus by myself, all types of shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, stop.
Yo, stop this shit, bro. Like, I'm really trying to connect and try
give
to
me a hug, nigga. That's what I'm gonna see. When I see you, that's what I'm gonna say. Give me a hug, nigga.
Fuck that shit.
Hey, you gonna give him a nuggie?
Yeah, he talking about I ain't older. Boy, I was already on the bus, nigga. I had homework and all that.
Shit. I get it. Your coloring books and all that shit with your little soft helmet on the short bus. I get it. You hear me? But when y'all niggas be trying to talk to me, when y'all be talking all kind of crazy way to young niggas and trying to do that shit, I just play and I be in my brain like, well, my older brothers do me this. My older brothers wouldn't do me this. Fuck this shit. I got brothers your age, nigga. And you up here talking to me like this, and them niggas not gonna talk to me like this, and they not gonna say no goof ass shit like this to me.
But that's the part. That's the part where I say, you know,
and it might be in my brain. I might be looking at it wrong. Really, I might be looking at it wrong because I grew up with siblings between 10 and 22 years older than me. You see what I'm saying?
I think TJ hit it on the head, because one thing we know, when I think about
what the fuck is happening, man? Like,
chill out.
Damn.
Oh, really?
Oh, damn.
We have faith in you, really.
I have no idea what y'all talking about. So, TJ hit it on the head. Yo, it's late. I've been out.
That's why I'm just being quiet.
Uncle Rick, you can't say nothing.
Yeah. I'm going on mute after this. So TJ, you know, he was making a good point, and this is why I say, when I think back to being 21 and I left home to go live in Atlanta and do it without the help of anybody and I know I wanted to be respected, by people that was older than me. I'm trying little boy me, you know what I'm saying? And so that's the part where I'm more quick to listen in earnest with a younger generation. But again, at the same time, we also asking for grace because we have put in work and got it. Like it. Listen, I turn 50 next month, right? I'm celebrating that shit like a motherfucker, dog. Because I wasn't supposed to see 17. I wasn't supposed to see 18. I wasn't supposed to see 21. By the time you make it to 25, you are OG in the game. You know what I'm saying? At least up here, right? And so I think Scam was saying this on that last panel. There's a level of grace that needs to be extended both ways. You know what I'm saying?
Really.
The gap shouldn't be that big of a divide. Go ahead.
I agree. But if you knew me in this space, I didn't start out this space calling y'all old niggas. For whatever reason, I think we addressed it before. Y'all, and just in conversation, I think it's like a double standard. I think we just supposed to accept. Y'all can just be openly disrespectful, and we just gotta accept that shit. In conversation, y'all can openly just call us weak as fuck, and yada yada yada, and this and that and the third, and just say whatever you want, and we just gotta accept that shit. And it's like, at some point, if you a random man and you doing that, and especially if I already have male influences in my life, I got my dad and granddad and uncles and stuff, and you thinking that I'm just another brother with no daddy and no male influence, like, I don't know. Sometimes, man, it's like, this just gets too much. I can get it. You certain niggas, you let that shit go, but I feel like most black boys, black men aren't gonna just take openly disrespect like that. Nah, not from a generation of men they don't even know.
And Sway, with that, with me hearing that background from you, you have to understand something. A lot of guys that come up here in this space, they don't have what you have. So how they present is very differently than a man who's has had their fathers. Like, listen, Hemp had his father in his life. I didn't meet my fucking father till I was 30. We're talking 16 years ago. And when I met my father and my grandfather for the first time, and the first time I had, the first time I had a conflict, I would say, it was with my grandfather. What that nigga said to me, if he wasn't my grandfather, I would have fucking, I would have hurt him. Because we was in a disagreement, and the first thing he said to me was, I can't talk to you. You sound like a fucking woman. That's exactly what he said to me. I ain't never heard that shit before in my life.
So you just proved the point then. If you want your grandfather, you want to put hands on him. So that's how you.
If he wasn't but see, but no, you're missing the point, Sway.
What?
The point was, if he wasn't my grandfather, I would put my hands on him. But also, if I had, because I was missing a piece of my development, the way I engaged with him was way off. It was way off. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's the point of that. So a lot of times you hear these cats come up here and there's something missing out of them. And a lot of them won't acknowledge it or go try to figure out a way to fix it.
Question. Was your grandpa right?
He was absolutely right. I actually just talked to him about that yesterday. We were sitting down, chopping it up, and I was just laughing about it. I was like, Grandpa, remember? He said, yeah. And he said, TJ, you come a long way. I'm glad you decided to listen, because usually at 30, ain't nobody listening no more. You listen.
He said this to you when you was 30?
30. Think about how long I went through my life.
Damn.
Think about how long I went through my life. At that point, it was the first time that I understood that I never got along with a man in my life in 30, and I didn't understand why. But it wasn't until I met my father and my grandfather, and they got a whiff of me.
When you met him, what age you was? I forgot.
30.
You met him at 30?
At 30.
Your grandfather?
My dad's dad at 30.
He ain't know his dad. How you gonna know his dad's dad?
But what I'm saying is, right, and I'm not trying to insult anybody.
That's crazy.
You said what the brother said. Somebody said hold him to the same standard as a man. That's what men do, right? he was telling you the truth at that time. It don't matter if you didn't like it or not. It was the truth.
It was the man. That shit hurt, boy. But
Right.
also,
So,
during that hurt, I had to figure out why he was saying that to me. Now, in the moment he said it, I couldn't hear nothing. But I want to hurt this old dude. You know what I mean? This senior citizen. I had to check myself when I come down that I even wanted to hurt a senior citizen over some. But see, I was raised by my grandmother. I was raised by nothing but women. I was raised that if somebody say something to you, you check a motherfucker. You know, you not necessarily you get in their face. You don't take nothing. It was always fight. So
that I mean that was Sway's point. Sway, you know, I don't know if we ever said this before, but from the old heads around the way, we used to take a level of disrespect from them niggas too.
Yeah,
I know you did. I said that earlier in the other show.
You know what I'm saying? Like you be wanting them, but we be face to face, so it was a different type of like you could get upset, but it's gonna escalate too. So we was making business decisions. One of my man got slapped by one of the OGs one time, right? It was like you can't slap no man, like it ain't playing, you know what I'm saying, no matter what. So me and my other man, we raise up like, okay, it's about to go down, but he ain't do shit. I'm like, bro, we probably should have got beat up that day. You know what I'm saying? Like I was ready to take that ass whooping, but he still made that business decision. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit was crazy. I mean, you know, it's a thing.
I'll be on some nut shit. That is it, but there's the OG right or wrong to now Rick saying, are they weak or not? And if you weak, you call it out regardless of, nigga, are they wrong regardless of, or is that just some standard that it's okay for y'all OGs to be dickheads and somehow we're supposed to still respect you?
Right, but listen to what I'm saying, right? I hear what y'all saying, right? But again, if it's true, why are you offended?
What?
You see what I'm saying?
True.
Listen to what I'm saying. You have
face?
No. That's not the example I use, bro. That's not the example I use. I use what his grandfather told him the truth, right? So what you're saying is that you're not soft. So again, if it's not you, right? Is it true when I say it? And if it's not true, hold on, Sway, right? And if it's look, I try to stay as civil as I can in these things. I be disrespecting people and I don't know it, obviously, right? So what I'm saying is that if it's true, right, why would you take offense to it if it applies to you? That's all I'm asking. I'm not even saying it applies to you in this case, right? You feel insulted by it, but why? Especially if it's not true to you.
Because the examples they use to baseline why they're soft is I disagree with that.
Right. So the underlying factors, you can say you disagree, but does that change exactly what they're saying at the end of the day?
Yeah, because that's subjective to you. That's how y'all feel about it. The idea that I have to know how to change a tire, and if I don't, and I call another person to do it, I'm soft. Or I don't want to risk my life because a white boy said the N-word, that whatever the case may be. It's like the line doesn't stop because I don't want to risk my life that because a white boy said the N-word doesn't mean that I'm okay with it. I'm not okay with it. I don't have to subject myself to be there. I just need to move differently than y'all because the way y'all move put y'all in a compromising position and set y'all family up for failure. So why repeat the same thing? That don't make no sense. So you just move differently, and y'all will call that soft.
Well, yeah, you softer than me in those aspects.
See,
but you would have to accept it though, right?
No.
The fact that you wouldn't get physical over something that you were not okay with, right? And it also permeates to people. Well, maybe so, right? I could give you that you smarter, and you would have to give me that you softer,
knowledgeable, more wise. I made a wiser decision.
Yeah, so you made a wiser decision. You also made a softer decision. See, you can't. So you have to accept it, right? You have to understand.
The idea of soft though is subjective.
No, it's not.
Yes, that is.
White boy call you nigga to your face, and you take that shit on the chin. Pause. That's some soft shit.
To you.
Now, is it smart? Because you're saying the implications could be great. I understand that, right? But it is soft to let somebody disrespect you to that degree and don't do nothing about it. That's all. I mean, those things. I don't think it's as subjective.
And
as
there
you
are
make it
some
seem.
men that would think that it takes a lot of stoicism, whatever, to hold and restrain yourself in that moment and not put yourself in a compromising position and setting yourself up in a trap that white man was
One of the synonyms. One of them synonyms of stoicism is meek.
That listen.
But you arguing the point, right? You're just saying I'm just saying it's soft. I'm not saying it's the wrong decision. I'm saying you made a soft decision based on the implications.
But it's not soft.
The way you're using it, the word soft, it sounds like an attack on the man's manhood and character. So if he made the wiser decision,
right.
If he made the wiser decision, is that really soft? If it's
He just said he's smarter, right? Is that an attack? I said okay, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not discarding what he's saying. Don't make what he did soft in that not soft in that instance.
There's
it's
the
same debate that
you just say so.
But it's the same debate that like Malcolm X had with the nonviolent movement, right? Like he considered that soft. Doesn't mean that they weren't more effective, weren't smarter, weren't tactful, weren't strategic. All of those things, it still was looked at as soft. Even with the Black Panthers, they took a position that was soft, that was weak. It's the same thing. The point still stands, though.
Yeah, that's all it is, and that's what I mean about the conversation. Like, let's be genuine throughout it. Even though we don't like a certain aspect, we need to accept it, right, to get thorough understanding. Right, the fact that we don't like things and therefore we have a obtuseness when that happens, I think is largely problematic in all of these conversations.
So that's cool. And when the response is, "I dumb old nigga, you do you, and we're gonna do us," and then we're gonna have the constant divide because y'all like to subject it, the way we move and think is soft, even though that's a direct attack on our masculinity, and that does not bridge the divide. And so, like I said, okay, old nigga, you think that we gonna be shamed into putting ourselves in a dumb decision that you made and end up with the dumb outcomes you live in is not what we're gonna.
Yeah, I don't think that's what's happening those way.
The shame, blame, and explain don't really work, and as much as y'all try to pull it, I think that's a.
But Sway, what happens is you actually start to break down the conversation negatively, right? Because you're not willing to accept things that you think attack your masculinity. What we're doing is defining the situation. Dumb decision, agreed. Soft decision, agreed. Right?
No.
You can do what you will with the information, but to be dismissive doesn't make a lot of sense if you want to further the conversation and lessen the divide.
No, because like I said, there's a fundamental disagreement that situation, the decision we made is soft.
Sorry, Real. I think I interjected when you were trying to say something.
But,
nah. I'm gonna leave that right there, fam.
Yeah, but no. I can't see what you're saying though, huh? Because like I said earlier, like my demeanor compared to my older brother's demeanor and the way they move and their actions and how they go about life, I'm way softer than what them niggas is.
Right.
Way. It ain't even close.
Yeah.
And I can see the difference.
My bad, Green. But what's crazy is, and I'm not trying to pick on nobody, right? We when we say that respect is the most important thing for a man, right? It's disrespectful when me as an OG that online point out something, but it's not that disrespectful in person. Right? So if any man truly being honest with himself, you know when you look at yourself in the mirror, disrespect is what destroys you from the inside out. I don't know how many times I was supposed to get into somebody, shout out to the manor, right? And I walked it off, but at home I should be like, I should have stole on them. Right? So, but what I'm saying is, again, if we're just giving you advice and it's friendly and we're just trying to be honest, right? And then when we give you the truth for the way the matter looks, right? In manhood, right? Even though, like Hamp said, it's the smart decision. You're right. It's the smart decision. But sometimes it ain't the smart decision. That you got to make the correct decision. Right? So again, it's not picking on you. It's not trying to putting you down. It's simply talking to you as a man and identify it the way it looks. And what happens is when you continue to make those decisions that you inside chip at your disrespect, what's going to happen is your confidence and your self-esteem is going to go farther and farther into your fucking shoes. right? So again, what are we doing here?
Yo, Slick Rick, I just want to answer this one piece, right? Because I know a lot of times when I'm talking with these young bloods, Sway mentioned it earlier. It was a question. I hear it a lot. Like, who are you to say? Who are you to da da da? Like this group assembled right now. The group says so, right? When you think about culture, traditions, who makes the decision on this? Like the group says so. In my neighborhood, you know. Regardless, I know everybody they own man and big and bad and bold, whatever. Everybody looks for some type of validation or acceptance for somebody that they admire that's older than them that they look up to. You want that validation and acceptance. That group of men that you're surrounded by, or that's in your cipher or whatever, those are the ones that decide. And most of the times, more times than not, like especially on this particular panel, we're aligning on, you know, what we think the basis are. I don't know if we ever got to the point where we aligned on traditions or what traditionalism is, or you know, I don't know if y'all getting back to that, but in this particular instance, and this is just being honest, that again, it could be the smart decision, the intelligent decision, it could be the most savvy decision, all of that in the world, and it could still be a soft decision, and then that just is what it is, you know.
You're justifying us as our beings as being soft, but then in the same breath, y'all will also say y'all are scared to confront us because we're gonna kill you.
Who?
Older black men.
Yeah, so older black men not wanting to get shot. He's saying like, if for his generation, we would say,
to get shot. It just seems like
listen, I don't know no dude that's scared to have a conversation with a young blood. Outside of fear of a weapon being drawn on them, you think like somebody saying like, I don't want to fight with the young boy, I'm scared to.
But these older men have also said that they don't fight no more either. They pulling out the strap.
I don't fight.
So they ready to exactly. So y'all ready to shoot them, even if they willing to fight you.
Listen, I don't want to go too far down that pathway. I'm just saying I've tasted my I'm gonna make it make sense for you, brother. I've tasted my own blood in my mouth.
Though.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? How you can justify in the real cities, like that's what I'm saying. Like in the real cities where it's actually a bunch of black people, ain't no older brothers not being around young boys. What are you talking about? That's dumb.
So we're talking about only major cities now, right?
Well, because you got to talk to where the majority of black people are actually having confrontation, confronting each other, and being around each other. Like how many black people are in a consolidated 3-mile radius where you at? Where do you see older black men avoiding each other, avoiding young boys? That's not true. It's just not true. It's just not true. Everybody's strapped. Ain't nobody walk around naked. But if the young boys is loitering in front of the 7-Eleven, hey fellas, come on. And 90% of the time, young boys are, oh my bad, OG. Like come on, man.
So you're saying there is no divide.
What I'm saying is we converse and we talk to each other.
So like what divide or not in none of this.
We're having a conversation. We're having a conversation, right, about the divides, but we're saying that we interact on a daily basis. Ain't no OGs scared of no young boys. They ain't just start making guns when you turn 18.
You're talking about their OGs, correct? The quote unquote bad.
No, I'm not from this neighborhood. So where I lived at, I'm not from DC, right? But the place in which I lived, you could look at the different streets and it's 99% black, right? People interact. When I go up and pick trash, when I wake up in the morning and pick up trash, all the young boys, they don't give you no problem. Like I don't understand. Like it's unrealistic what you're saying. Old heads are not scared of the young boys. That's
this
all
is
I'm
what
telling you.
I'm taking off of what they said on these panels, Hamp. In real life, that's what I'm saying. It seems like the ones that have no relations to them and they want to reach out, the educated brothers, the ones that think that they can inspire and give more, and they feel that since they don't know them and they can't relate to them culturally because they don't live that, like they can't see you different. So those men that didn't grow up in the hood or reflect on the hood, or maybe they did and didn't reflect on it, they're scared to go talk to them.
So you're saying people have said like, I ain't fucking with them.
Yes.
Okay, my bad.
And when they do say, if
that's
they
why I
were
was
to
so
even
confused.
fight
I'm like, who
them,
the
they
hell
pulling the
said that?
strap.
Say it
Like,
again, my bad.
it's either they're scared that the young bulls is going to pull the strap on them, or if they decide to fight them, they said they not fighting no more and they're going to put a strap on them. So it's like, well, somebody getting the strap.
Niggas just be too old. Fucking be fighting. I think that's what
Niggas
happened.
be old.
But they call niggas soft because they don't want to go hand to hand. So that's what I'm saying. Make it make sense. If you talking about fighting, then fight for real. Don't say you too old now. You trying to pull the strap and then make fun of us when we ready to pull the strap on you. But you ready to pull the strap on us because y'all old.
That throws me off too. Niggas been getting smoked forever. I just don't understand. I don't understand this lot. Like
niggas was getting smoked more back in your day, huh? Between the ages of
I'm thinking a little bit before me, like especially the 80s.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll put it in Rilla age group and Ricky.
Yeah.
I don't know how old TJ is.
That's why
after Jordans when I was coming up.
That's why Granny, that's why we've been having these conversations about going through the talking points, right? Because that makes zero sense. Niggas was getting they block knocked the fuck off.
That's why I was on the straight and narrow, because I saw what my older brothers in them was doing. I was like, nigga, I can't do that. I'm gonna stay my ass on this motherfucking stoop.
Think about it, especially
I can't do that.
You know you can't get away with nothing. CCTV is everywhere now. That shit wasn't a thing. Forensics wasn't like yo man. It just niggas went down in history for smoking gangsters and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I don't know. It's wild. But now I understand. I see what Sway coming from, because he heard this shit before. I'm just like, where the fuck was Rilla when niggas was talking dumb like this? It's Rilla fault.
I've only said things that I've heard that y'all said out your own mouth.
Really, you heard these saying this shit. You just let them say it. Really, come on. Like
I spent a year and a half to 2 years asking straight questions on like where it started and what do y'all think, what do you this and that, and then I'm like, now I use and bring it all together, and like there's so many conflations. Especially when it seems like you like pick and choose and do the same shit that we complain with the women. Y'all like to use certain things to make your arguments, and then don't like to accept them when we got to talk about other arguments, because then it conflates. So
I see what it is. I see what you chopping up in your head. That makes sense. Aaron, you wanted to say something earlier?
I mean, old heads took an L tonight.
You think there was an L to be had? Why?
Yeah.
In what way?
I don't think. Well, let me test it. Wait, if you can hear me, were you reached? Did you? I mean, where did you move off of? Do you understand? Do you get it?
They didn't convince me why young men should try to commit to a traditional relationship with these women. That's the topic of the show.
That's an L.
There were a lot of sledgehammer swinging, and it didn't. At the anvil.
In terms of the topic of the show, no, they didn't convince me why young men should commit to traditionalism.
Anywhere in this conversation where you reached?
Not in terms of the topic of the show, no. Traditionalism, no. I don't
anyway,
think
the question is off. So here's how I see it. Traditionalism, we weed it out together.
Oh, that's different, yeah.
But that was actually what the goal was. We weren't trying to convince anybody of anything. Remember, we were saying, what is traditionalism? How does it actually manifest? And Sway actually presented the first, I'll say argument, but whatever it was, you know what I'm saying? And we mined through it.
No, that's not.
What was the L about that? I don't understand.
Reaching Sway. That's why I said the old heads, because mining out the show was a collaborative effort of the old heads and the young bloods.
Yeah.
But so I segregate the old heads because there was a collaborative effort to reach the young blood. That's where
I just don't know. My main question was, how do you conquer this burning building of women in terms of relationship dynamics of traditionalism? We're supposed to deal with them, right? And they, in my opinion, I think a lot of men feel they're set up to fail to deal with them because they have this pre-notion, like I said, that whatever thoughts and decisions and our being is just wrong. So they're already going into the relationships thinking whatever we do is wrong, and they're like hyper focused on us, and typically we have to placate to them or it's wrong. So unless you that nigga that they looking up to, the top 20%, most men, most I guess black men is going to be feeling frustrated.
Here's the L. That was the same question he asked at the top of this conversation. And it's still
but
there.
did he? So when we were actually pointing out the similarity, see, that's the thing. That's the problem. Our discerning of what is actually being said, I think we had a question. So when we were saying, hey, black man, when I asked him, would he be called a simp for doing what he does in his house? I asked those questions specifically for a reason, because it was functional and efficient. And that's how us older gentlemen also operate. So when the young boys have to placate to an extent, newsflash, the brothers quite literally said we do it too. Sway, you ever heard me say I got a $3,000 coat rack? 3,000, bro. You might call it a Peloton. I call it a fucking coat rack, bro. Because my wife wanted it and it's in there. And that bitch got dust on it. You see what I'm saying? So all we were doing, I hopefully was saying, hey, we had to do a lot of similar things. Men talk to their wives. There's a level of negotiation, discourse. Black man said he explains it, right? So that's what I hope was absorbed. Nobody was telling Sway, like, if he has to do a level of that, that's what men often do through all the generations.
I understand every word you're saying, but what I'm saying is that conversation was a fellowship among us old heads that are dealing with it, but it didn't get driven home to him.
That part? Sway, that part didn't resonate? Like, oh, this is not nothing new under the sun.
I'm talking about the whole kit and caboodle. But you let him. I mean, what did anything reach you, Sway? Anything? One thing? One piece?
The thing with Sway though,
the
ahead,
only problem is, like I keep alluding to, is yes, there's nothing new under the sun, and women do that. The only difference is now when you do that, they abuse it to the umpteenth degree, way worse than what y'all do. Is you give an inch, they might have took a mile, and we give an inch, they take 20. So it's like at some point, it's like either I become a dictator, I don't give them no inch because it's like I'm set up to fucking fail with them, or I gotta somehow deal with a woman that's always trying to take 20 miles every time I give her an inch. And unless you can tell me how I can deal with that, when you were dealing with women that's only been trying to take 5 or 6 or 7 or 10, we on average each chicks trying to take 20. What do we do with that? How do we reel this in, or how do we navigate that situation? And unless you say don't deal with them or go find with the ones that hopefully only want to take 5 and that's slim pickings, then you're pretty much saying most men, you ain't going to get most women, and hopefully you get a new crop of women. And then you're also agreeing to dating, age gap dating, where the older men are now having to pick up the new 18-year-olds that hopefully have a different mindset and where they can mold into something that they want or need in their relationship.
Okay, that's That's more pointed. Sway, if I had to give a recommendation on using one of those two tactics, I would recommend being very direct and consistent. And you make sure that you hold yourself to a level of standard, right? So that she can't question you. I think what happens is men will move off their square and their standards are convenient for themselves. And then they want an expectation from a woman that has a hard line and she can question him at that point. So if you keep yourself strict, when you're strict with her, there's little room for excuse. That's what I would say.
Yeah, Sway, with my lady, I tell her I'm not gonna ever ask you to do something that I'm not already doing. I'm not.
No, TJ, I ain't doing everything my wife do.
No. You didn't hear me. I said, I told her I'm not gonna ever ask her to do something that I'm not already doing. Meaning, if there's a behavior that I want her to display, I'm already displaying it. If there's a way I want her to move, I'm already moving. And I don't negotiate even with myself about how I conduct and handle myself and present myself. So when she decides to step out on it, I can be, if I steal a word from Beans, a little demonstrative about putting her back in line about what I want to do. But that doesn't mean I'm a dictator in my relationship with her. I'm actually just kind of co-signing to your point, Hamp, is the fact that, guys need to be on their shit in order to hold them to the account that they need to be. Now, if she continuously wants to take 20, then eventually you got to ask yourself, do you want to keep going down that road with a woman who doesn't want to align with you?
Yeah, but I also want to.
She's gonna take you off course. Eventually, she's gonna disrupt something. Eventually, she's gonna cause harm to you and your plan and your path.
100%. And I want to say this too. Everybody got a plan till they get hit in their shit.
Yep,
it's a fact.
Right, and then you start loving her family cool. You playing golf or whatever, video games with her father. I don't know if fathers play video games, right? But like, it's a lot of shit, B, right? And then keep it a buck. Throughout that relationship, you making mistakes, you fucking up, her feelings is changing, you know what I mean, et cetera, you know. But to do your best to stay the course, you know. But ain't nobody just discarding women that quickly. You know what I'm saying? Like, we, as much as we say get rid of her, that pussy good, she love you, you reminisce about the good times, et cetera. So it's just a lot.
She okay most of the time, you know what I'm saying?
Right? But the issue with that is that a lot of young men might think that that's the issue.
What
because y'all doing that and y'all also crying and complaining about the relationships you having with them, either in it or not in it. So it's like, I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to be in it might not be to the extent of happy wife, happy life, but it's still, you know, it's like, I'm not trying to be like y'all because that shit looks miserable.
Right, then you're not trying to be with a woman. Then it's just that
exactly.
simple.
So it's like either I'm not trying to be with a woman, or you know, at the end of the day,
right. And if that's the case,
so you're telling me that to be with a woman, you are going to have to compromise to what extent? Because like I said, if they're trying to take 20 miles and take advantage of you instead of the acceptable 1 mile most men have in their plans, what do you do with that when you're a young man dealing with them?
No, I got you. So I would say I liken it to football because it makes sense for everything. We watch film. You ever watch film?
Yes.
Wait, right. And so at the very least, even you at least you've been so edified, right? And you smart. It's like, at least you know, you understand shit is coming that you ain't gonna like, that you will have to deal with, you know. Women have a lot of similarities. So I think the fact that you know, you're not gonna be surprised by this shit, and I think you'll have a better chance to navigate it than maybe we did, you know, at that juncture when it, you know, bad times or things we had to navigate. You know, I don't know it, but you're right. That shit ain't nobody got no perfect answer.
Man,
Right.
fuck that. Ask the question.
So it's
Is
like
the misery
pretty
worth
much
it?
at this
Is the
point
misery
you're
worth
going to be identifying all the crazy shit that the women are going to put you through. But then if you have women around, it's going to look like you bashing them. So it's like you're going to have these, because it's like the uncomfortable truths that you men have had back chat conversation with men. It's like when they do this shit, you got to think and move, and they're going to try you like this, and it makes it seem like you demonizing them. But it's like, is it the truth, like y'all was alluding to? Are we actually, like y'all keep trying to stand us? Are we actually? Yes. Is it weak though? Is that the truth though? Is it these certain traits, characteristics? Is this them, or somebody fucking with them and this ain't their true nature? Because I got to understand what is it? It's like what is the line of I'm supposed to accept it's them, and I'm supposed to accept and not accept that this is a level of social construct and bullshit that was implanted in her. And
that's up to you. Yeah, that's up to you though, Sway.
Yeah, that's up to you. Sway, listen, every woman's gonna try you. Your wife.
I'm asking y'all where the line is, because y'all the wise one. I gotta understand.
No.
See, but I don't want to walk into. I don't want to. Not me personally. I don't know why I'm saying that. But objectively to young men, where is the line that regardless if I leave this woman, I'm going to experience the same thing with her, and I shouldn't just leave this woman over this because ain't nothing new going to happen.
No, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Might be, and I, you know,
no, Sway. Ask that question without the context. That's actually a good question. What you just said.
I got you. So it's to the point where you can't live with yourself as a man. When it get to the point where you can't live with yourself as a man, that's when you cut the ties.
It's actually a great answer. I ain't gonna lie. That is a great answer.
That's your line. That's your line in the sand. Right? Because you proving your point, right? So right.
I'm sorry. Y'all weren't supposed to do that.
No. So what I'm saying is this, right? What you might need, and you made the great point about when Hamp made the decision, that's a smart decision for you, and you're not soft, right? You made that decision that was right for you, and it makes sense to you, right? Even though I look at it a certain way, you look at it the way that works and fits for you. That doesn't degrade you as a man within yourself. You don't think you're soft. That's something you can live with. When you with a woman and she to the point that she deserves you so much that you look at yourself and it makes you like, as a man, I cannot deal with this. That's your line.
But I swear to God, we will set standards on what is and not constitutes a man. That you ain't a man if you do this, and you is a man if you do that, and a real man this and real. Why does it, when it comes to this, it's like we can't have no objectivity. It's all subjective. Like there's no line. Y'all stand on what is and what's not a man. Niggas are soft for this. Niggas are soft for that.
Let Aaron go.
About the line is this shit gets subjective.
Let Aaron go, Sway.
I'll answer your question. You want to know why? You came into this world by yourself, and when you leave, you're gonna be by yourself. It's not objective. It's very subjective. You live your life. There's 8 billion motherfuckers on this planet that are living theirs. You set standards for yourself based upon what you're capable of doing and dealing with. That's it. Fuck what everybody else is saying. All these talking points, all these standards for other men, fuck them. You understand? Because we're not living your life. Quite honestly, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. None of the women do it at any age. None of the men do it at any age. Today is the first day that I've ever been 43 years old on the 4th of July. Tomorrow is going to be the first time I was a 43-year-old on the 5th. We're making it up as we go along. You got to make yours up as you go along.
Bro, this is crazy, man.
It is crazy. You're absolutely right.
I feel like I'm...
No,
y'all supposed to be the influences on the men, and y'all can't give no direct.
Aaron, that's what I'm saying, Aaron. You talking about niggas took an L?
No. Hey, y'all been talking for a couple hours. I just spoke for about 2 minutes.
No, but I'm just saying, your answer to his question was coherent. Sway, like, nah, we supposed to have the wisdom. I'm not taking no L from that shit if he can't hear what the fuck you just said.
But let me get. Y'all had a couple hours. I had a couple minutes. How can you?
Go ahead.
So, Sway, listen. Do you see what just happened, Sway? We don't know what we're doing. This is something that we all have to deal with. You got to make it up. Now, what you're hearing is a bunch of motherfuckers saying, these are the things that have worked for me, and these are the things that have failed me. And that we like, you know what we like to do? We like to put that shit out there because it makes us feel good. Like everybody's calling you something. No one on the panel heard it. I called myself, BMU, and Hamp soft-ass football players. You know why? Because once upon a time, there were some leather-helmeted motherfuckers with no teeth playing a much worse game, and they had full-time jobs to make ends meet.
Who played a much worse game?
The motherfuckers with leather helmets, no teeth, and then had to.
You bet. Now you know it's football. You know it's football, right?
A full-time job. You're gonna tell me that the football we played is certainly a higher paced game, but
higher paced, bigger, physical, way more violent.
I said, look, you have your teeth,
but the violent. So what's more rough, hockey or football?
When you mean hockey,
huh?
They don't even have a face. Man?
No, okay. See that? You see what I'm saying? You qualifying it based on the equipment. What causes more? What's collision based, not contact based? What's more of a violent sport? Football or hockey?
What imparts more G-forces on the body? Football.
Yeah, whatever verbiage you got to use to get to the right answer. Yeah, football is way more violent than hockey. Come on, you know that.
But and y'all niggas wondering why
we played for a much higher level of glory.
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you something. I'm not playing that leather helmeted shit as a part-time gig. Not doing it. And I would challenge you to put a leather helmet on and run at a man full speed and have your teeth taken out. These jokers, they CTE wasn't a thing because they couldn't spell CT and E. They didn't have the teeth or the brains to do it. It was a different game. If you go back, look at the way wars are fought, right? The war we fight today is not the war that I fought.
And it's not the war that was fought in Vietnam. And that's
100%.
not the war.
But them white boys was 130 pounds. They was all the same size. Nobody was moving fast. Nobody's getting hurt. That's like little league football.
Can I make the point? The point that I'm making is generations get softer over time.
I'm just saying, you name football. Use something else.
Okay, war. I'll use war.
All right, yeah,
if you look at the way wars are fought, my apologies if I've offended football, but if you look at the way wars are fought, you can see a softening of man over time. In the 1500s, jokers were coming at each other with swords and coffee can lids to block the blows. Now we got drones. When I fought, you had to fall out of an airplane with high-tech rifles. In Vietnam, you were in punji pits. World War II, you get bayoneted. In the 1800s, you had to put a musket ball and have a hole blown in you this big, one shot. We get softer over time. That's the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm making is we like to lament in our own suffering as if it's some kind of damn trophy. Look at the hood. People are more proud the more poor upbringing they had. What I'm trying to explain to him is the suffering gives us a sense of pride, and we like to shove that shit in people's face. We tell people what worked for us and what didn't. But that's not for him to try and emulate. He has his life. He's going to suffer. But he has to make it up as he goes along. He can take different bits from all of us that we've said and put them in a memory bank that he can draw from and as he goes about his life. But he shouldn't adhere to any of these things unless he gets into a very specific standard set, like a religion, right? But when he sets the standards for himself, he has to set them based on his abilities and his limitations for himself, and not listen really with so much conviction to everything we've been saying, because everybody's been talking at him all night and his questions haven't been answered. And even if they were answered, there was no warning of what could possibly be, and there was no indication of how he can apply it. You know why? Because he can't. Not directly, because his life is going to be different than ours. And he's looking to us for these objective answers, these clear-cut answers that we can't give him. Because he's going to have to create his own answers. He has to build his plane as he's taking off while he's learning how to fly.
Hey, Ham, what's the justification in the Bible to divorce your wife?
Adultery.
So there's a clear-cut line there on what's acceptable and not acceptable. And I'm not even asking for much. You can give your opinion on what you know. So if it's what you think is a clear-cut line, I think there's a baseline where most men in the community would agree that this is unacceptable across the board, and we shouldn't accept this from our women. So I was just asking a general question if anybody can give examples, certain tendencies that we would see that you guys generally experience with women, and y'all say nothing's new under the sun. Then what are those exactly, so that when we deal with them, we're not necessarily as, like you said, shocked or kind of questioning, is this them with the new age, new time, and we should reject this and try to find a different type of woman, or this is something that's just them across all generations, and we're just going to have to accept and figure out these parts, and then focus on I can't speak. Yeah, sorry.
No, I understand what you're saying. And that's what I was, because so here's what I say about what Aaron said. I agree. In terms of you're saying actual things you can just specifically identify, I think is what you want, which is why you asked me what was a reason for divorce, biblically speaking. You know what I think we deal with a lot, Sway, is women over talking. Like not talking, right, but just over talking. Like we talking, they cut us off, right? You know, and they're good at talking. That's their best weapon. They'll cry in the middle of talking. You know what I mean? Just those weapons. I think that is something we let slide because we expect it from our women, you know. But I think that's something we need to nip more quickly, because I think that then expands into other levels of disrespect, you know. And like you said, the inch mile thing, I think the over talking us, you know, kind of cutting us off and things of that nature, I think that is something you need to quickly identify and nip or remove yourself. I think that's probably something I've seen grow from over talking to more shit.
And to clarify, when I say look at yourself in the mirror, if that's too
Hold on,
vague,
Uncle Rick. What do you think about that, Sway?
I think that was a good form of advice, especially when you're talking about black men, on how we would make a difference in the reflection of dealing with our women. You know, and I think if older black men, young black men kind of come together, that's a synonymous consensus that we aren't going to accept certain things from dealing with our women. I think young men can get on board just as much as older black men want that to happen as well. Because, you know, like I said, we need to start moving forward somehow.
Yes,
that's one way.
Yeah, and to clarify what I mean when I say you look at yourself in the mirror, right? That what I'm talking about that as far as disrespect. Right, you should never take a level of disrespect that you can't stand up to, right? Something you can't put up with, right? And I don't know if anybody else been there, but I was with a woman that was so disrespectful. I can't do this, right? When I get to the point of questioning how I should handle her in that moment, that's when it's time to go.
What was her disrespect though? Was she cheating?
Yeah,
and I think we all have a consensus. I know men actually do stay, contrary to proper women opinion, after women step out, but that's something that you would I would agree. You would agree, so we got to nip that. You got to get out of there ASAP.
Right. And when I say disrespect, I mean all forms and function. Right. Talking back for no reason, calling me out my name. You know what I'm saying? That's a negative. That's a no.
Yeah. You know. Go ahead.
There's a method to that, right? Because I don't want you to run into that situation one day and not be able to execute and then get mad at these guys for giving you that advice. You have to develop an early detection ability. You have to study the behavior of women. You have to know yourself, know where your limitations are and what disrespect means to you. And then you got to have a plan on how you got to have your exit strategy. What is your exit going to look like and when? That way you go into the situation confident and you are armed with knowledge other than I need to be able to do this. What does that even look like? But these are the things you have to mine out and study as you grow through life.
Yeah. I don't know if Sway's still there, but if we talking about specifics, I think men got to be ready to lose everything. Like, I think that we are often afraid, and when you look at the disparity in divorce numbers, it's because men are afraid to lose everything. Not saying the only reason, right? But I think a percentage of that we can assess is because men don't want to lose the kids in the house, because we hear that shit all the time, right? That's our expectation until we actually start fighting for shit, and then we realize, oh, without a prenup, things get split 50-50, marital assets, etc. You know, you can fight for the kids, right? Put effort in, you know, so on and so forth. So I think men got to be ready to lose everything. And I think if she knows that you're unafraid, how would her behavior be? You know? So maybe that's what he's looking for.
Now I think not only does he have answers to his questions, but methodology to implement the answer.
Yeah, you definitely need
a way that he can use as he grows.
Sway, did you hear my last one?
I think I heard the back end of it.
I was just saying men can't be afraid to lose everything.
Oh yeah, for sure. You definitely got to be able to stand on 10. I don't try to force any woman to do anything. I just tell them how I feel and where I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna move accordingly, and you get the outcomes you get. I tell them my limits and what I can and can't deal with, and it somehow ends up with the outcomes I predicted. Especially if it's an extreme, then I'm definitely leaving because I told you that's what's going to happen.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
and it is like that, bro.
That's how it's supposed to go, right? Again, right? If a girl like you and I don't know why, if there's the assumption, right, that most men are, when they're in a relationship, out to not profit or do good by their partner. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why anybody would deal with a woman with that premise in the first place, right? So again, if she likes you, right, and you guys build up a rapport, and y'all trying to be in this thing, more than likely a man is making decisions that's right and correct for both of y'all, right? So again, if that's a fight and that's something you have to go through, that gives you that's a red flag for me as well. Because the only reason my wife, like I said, the only reason I feel my wife should correct me is if I'm doing something stupid or wrong. Right? So again, if I'm moving in the best interest of us, it shouldn't really be no kickback.
Yes. So what if she starts trying to hold you to standards because she's let's just follow the premise that she's now comparing you to other men around society. Like you don't go to the gym, but now she comparing you to niggas that go to the gym, and now she's like, why don't you go to the gym? You should go to the gym. And if you're like, nah, she's like disappointed in you now.
No, you get rid of her. Hell no. She thought
But
Tyrone got muscles.
In mid relationships too, though, especially if you trying to force your chick to go to the gym. You know what I'm saying? You're like, or she already go to the gym. She gonna start comparing you to them at some point. And at that point, you want to either stand on your square and be like, nah, bitch, stop comparing me to other niggas, or go deal with them niggas, or you start placating it, or you get emotional about it, or whatever, and it either becomes dysfunctional, or you do what you want. And either that's good or bad. I don't know.
I mean, like at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, women do what you tell them to do because they want to, right? Not because you force them, right? What you do. Well, I say what I do is I try to eliminate the excuses. So when I ask you to do something, you can't come at me with no stupid stuff, right? So again, she should never be comparing you to another man the same way you shouldn't be comparing her to your ex.
Who the fuck?
You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying, you see what I'm saying? I ain't saying you do, but I'm saying that shouldn't even be a part of y'all, a dynamic of y'all relationship. If it is, it's already over.
But so the thing is that women want what they want, and as much as they don't say it directly, like, "Hey, I'm comparing to other niggas," you know, when they're asking you to do certain things, it's like, where did they even get this thought process from? And a lot of men, unless you think like me, where you're like questioning, like, where does even thought process even come? You might just go with it like, oh, she looking out for my health, but in all actuality, she comparing you to other niggas. And if you don't amount, now she trying to hold you to a standard like she was looking out for your health. Like, nah, she just trying to get you to look like these niggas she trying to fuck on.
I think you're giving her too much credit, but
this is the age difference, man. I'm telling you, man.
I hear you, bro. Right? And I hear what you're saying. And if it's totally legit, again, the shit gonna come out in the wash anyway. Right. So again, how are you as a man gonna handle that appropriately and correctly when you come to the realization that that's the truth? That's what it comes down to.
So what do you suggest? They just
me again. If that's something you can't live with yourself as a man, it's too disrespectful. It's time for you to go. You out of here, because I'm not comparing you to nobody else I was with.
Domiciles have doors.
So you think that once you know that's too disrespectful, you should get out?
Yep, for me.
That's your advice. All right.
Easier said than done, but yes.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Imagine if that was your wife.
That's why I asked the question: is the misery worth it?
That's a good question.
Misery? No. The things that we go through? Yes.
But that's what I should say. Are the trials and tribulations worth it? Like, because it's gonna be a steady.
I think the pros outweigh the cons. And especially because y'all weren't whoremongers, you won't have like the issues that I like. If I be transparent, the things that I have conflict with, you guys probably won't have the same conflicts. But I mean, men want women. You know what I mean? 100%.
I'm in my prime, and I'm not doing nothing. I should be out there getting thousands of hoes, but I ain't doing shit.
You chilling,
by choice. Cause that's but it's a struggle, my nigga. Trust and believe.
But now imagine reversing it, Sway, though. So you out there with the hoes, and then you try to come inside, right? It's different from looking outside.
But I always they always tell me that you get tired of that shit, and somehow you get desensitized, and it's like you just don't even care no more. Like it ain't even not the pussy. That's the only issue that I hear that's come out of it. It's not that you feel the need to still chase it. It's just like you don't even feel the need to even like think it as an important thing anymore. Like you don't even value it anymore. It's just like whatever. So like when you're dealing with your wife, then when you even with your wife, it's like whatever. But to her, it's like everything because it's you.
And you.
Yep.
That's the only issue though. Not that you want to go back out there and cheat. So I don't know. It'd be the niggas that subject themselves to not do it by principle, knowing damn well we fighting our nature. But I think at some point in their lives, they've been like, man, I hope this bitch don't be a vindictive hoe because I missed out on all these women I could have. But I think that's just on both sides. You know what I'm saying? Do that same.
That's the gamble, Sway. That's the gamble for real.
I think you made a good choice, though.
I'm not dumb, you know, because it's like you get reinforced every day. You look out here, it's like, thank God you don't act like none of these bitches. Or thank God, you know, you just move a little bit different.
You're a little bit more likable, right?
Yeah, right. So wait, look, it be this much too. Like this all you need.
That's just what it is.
Yeah.
But that's just what it is, man. That's just what it is. It sucks,
I say
right?
this for my generation, it ain't that much because my generation, most of the women I deal with, they can't cook. At least my chick know how to cook and willing to clean, and don't think a man's thoughts should be neglected and don't understand the purpose. So it's like, in my opinion, it's more like this. But in the same breath, I'm just glad that they exist at my age, and I was able to find one. Like, because every day you start to take things.
What did you just do?
I'm just glad that they exist.
No, with your hands. What the fuck? What did you do?
Pause.
Yeah, pause, nigga. What?
I ain't see nothing, Sway. I ain't see nothing. I don't know what he on right now.
All right, just making sure. I thought he. All right.
I was saying how big your forehead was.
That's gay. God damn.
So when they touch touchdown, is that gay too? They're like, or the field goal?
Yeah, everything.
There you go. Football. Make it about football.
Is the field goal?
When they dancing in the end zone, is that gay?
Yeah, Tonio and Odell, yes.
What about Ray Lewis when he come out the tunnel?
No, nigga, that's Ray, nigga.
Really?
Anybody who the only nigga to get out of the car alive when there's 4 people in there? No.
Hey, chill out, bro. Chill out, doggy. Come on, man. Damn.
That's too much.
That was nasty, bro. Nasty work.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Hey, Ray can do no wrong,
man.
Damn, man.
The right, man. The woman, man, when she worked it, bro. She worked it, but she got to be. It ain't a lot of them out there. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. It ain't a lot of them.
For me, I'm just not. I'm like, even as much as I know my capabilities and I could probably convince these chicks, I don't even feel like it's worth it. I don't even feel like convincing them. Does that shit take so much energy? So I'm like, why spend my energy and time trying to convince you I'm a good leader for you? For what? And like I said, you already coming into the table thinking that I ain't good at what I'm doing, and I gotta qualify myself to you with this fucked up playing field. Like, I didn't do none of the shit you holding me to a standard to. I'm not about to qualify myself to you. Fuck that. Either you fuck with me either overly or put me on an even playing field where you can work with me. We can have a conversation, but I'm not about to come trying to build a bitch interest up. Sorry, build women interest up. No, fuck it. No.
You wasn't supposed to.
Either, man.
You wasn't supposed to, bro. She was supposed to rock with you. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm just saying. It's just like that. In terms of like when you're talking to them, this is like a situation that, like I told you, it's a predetermination. So even the men, I think Sean alluded to something earlier. I hope he didn't sell it fully, but he say like, yeah, man, fuck these little niggas. Like, I'm gonna tell my daughter to focus on somewhat of self. But in my thoughts, like, I hope that wasn't the full conversation and it was a level of like why and still prioritize family.
Yeah,
not doing that, then you just setting her up for failure too. Because if a nigga, not to say a nigga like me, but just a nigga that in general that you would be okay with ain't gonna want her now.
Yeah.
So it's like, what are you really doing?
But I wanted to address something Sean said earlier too, Hemp, about that, right? So he said women out here getting the bag, but they worked all the time.
Yeah.
Right. This is what I'm saying. So what is it? Right. It's not that they didn't have money before that. They didn't go out and work. It's just they contributed to the household. Now they want to take their money away from a household.
Yeah, it's for self now.
Right? So again, you can't. Why do we continue to? We want young men to continue to be traditional, right? While the women want to be totally all the way to the left, right? And if these guys see that, right? If they know that a woman is operating from the base, okay, I'm out to get mine, and what you can do for me, then
no, that's what they point out too. Overwhelmingly, I mean, that's what they point out. They identifying that shit for sure. Let me read these real quick. Aaron with the 2000s. Gen X started the pride in the trans fleet, still on that, and the Transformers. Michael Richardson was popping with the $5. Says BMU right. If all the power in social media just went poof, who would survive? Baby boomers and Gen X, because we are hunters and gatherers. Grow,
nigga, y'all are parents. You gonna let your kids die? Y'all sound dumb.
Beaches. What does that mean?
You gonna let your children die?
Fuck them kids.
The grown children that have more physical strength than y'all youth. I mean, y'all old age, and y'all just got the knowledge. You aren't going to be telling them what to do with all the physical capabilities. Now you're going to go out try to do all the physical labor. No, that's what I thought. So
yeah, y'all trying to put us in homes anyway.
It's
Fuck
just
them kids.
Yeah, man, the homes is full as a motherfucker. Callie Bev with the $10 says, I'm gonna need folks to stop confusing Gen X with baby boomers and millennials. We are truly the ignored generation. Hence the X. BMU need to stop talking like he ain't a millennial. Lauren Mack with the $2 says, so we agree that traditionalism has expired, right? I think it's actually more consistent than we give it credit for, based on the dynamics, to be honest. Michael Richardson with the $5 says, my mother and my dad was 30 years older than me, and my granddad was at least 55 years or so older than me. Parents today are young as their kids.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? But you know, when you grow up around the way, like my brother, I always tease my mom. I said, you and Mari in the same generation, right? Because she had him when she was 15.
Man, so were they getting married at 19 and having kids back in the day and going happily ever after? Or were they getting married and having kids in their 30s back in the day, and that was just y'all just full of shit?
No, they was young.
My grandma became a grandma at 35.
So they don't. So what is he talking about? That these young people are having the same age as these kids? Y'all was the same age as y'all kids. Y'all was having children.
That's what I was pointing out when I just told the goddamn story.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I won't. I guess I
It's Super Saiyan.
I've been working since 5:30.
Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Aaron with the $2 says, we'll soon go back to violence, swords, and stones. I don't think so.
Nah.
Michael Richardson with the $2 says, also, our generation had a village. This is missing.
Yep.
Aaron with the $5 says, Ham and BMU and me are millennials, but there are two different groups of millennials, the 80s and the 90s. The problem solvers will be both sides. Yeah, there's definitely differentiation. Like Granny and millennial.
On every generation, even mine.
Yeah.
Me and Slick Rick too. The older Gen Xers, they're more aligned with the boomers.
Yeah. And then the younger ones are more aligned, millennial, older, just the ones that are closest together. Yep.
Yeah, it's consistent.
Yeah. Michael Richardson with the $5 says, in my neighborhood growing up in Detroit, we have fathers and all the families. I remember that. I was born in the 60s, though. We had a village.
Yeah.
JT was probably said, Link, JT, we about to get up out of here, man. I think we did a good job, man. Callie Bev with the $2 they are educated lame, Sway. Okay, so she's talking about the conversation he used to having. Aaron with the $5 says, it's a woman talking point here. Men been getting smoked since they found stones and branches. Females started that. Y'all don't fight no more shit. Yeah, they be getting it popping like, that's why I just be confused. Maybe I'm like, okay, maybe I just, I don't know. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, the line is when you can't look at yourself in the mirror, ! Or something go down with her you embarrassed to tell your friends about. That's what Uncle Rick was saying. Well, in the mirror
That's
part.
not true, man. Y'all don't call a man that allows his woman to cheat on him a real man. So y'all full of shit. Y'all gonna shame him and blame him and explain him to his grave because he accepted a woman that took a man's skeet on her face.
There's no malice there when they doing it. It's out of love.
But I'm just saying y'all full of shit when you can't put a line in the sand from the motherfuckers that love putting lines in the sand.
Put yours in the sand.
Sorry, I wasn't taking that on you.
But it's still,
I haven't put my line in the sand on my own opinion, but I'm just saying I would like to hear from you what you guys would advise in terms of giving to the young men to follow.
These are just
the
super
quote unquote
chats.
leaders.
They just super chats.
But at the end of the day, Sway, for that point, even if that man is getting shamed, bro, it's
God
still
damn it, y'all don't hear that shit? The super chats.
Oh, my bad. My apologies.
UT with the $2. Hamp get emotional about football. No, I just know what it is, man.
Thank you, Grant.
There's things I defend, things I know. That's all. John the Baptist with the $5 says Isaiah 3 and 4 at the New Living Translation. Why this one? See, like stuff like this. I like to defend. All right, I'll read it. I will make boys their leaders and toddlers their rulers. Part 1 of 2. He sent the second part. John the Baptist with the $10. What's up, John? Said Isaiah 3 and 5 on the NLT. People will oppress each other, man against man, neighbor against neighbor. Young people will insult their elders, and vulgar people will snare at the honorable. Part 2 of 2. Yeah.
Damn, you don't like the NLT?
Nah, it's okay. It's okay. I recommend the King James and then the GNT if you want something that's easier to understand.
Why the King James?
I think it's the most well put together, most authentically put together, based on who they used and how they assembled it. And it even tells you like italicized words were added, so it kind of points that out for you. So just little things. I mean, you got Easter in it, right? So you got to understand it. Like the word Lucifer, people think that's Satan. That word's only in the King James one time. The word Lucifer, but people use it like but that's me going on a monologue. Yeah. But definitely the King James above the other one. Let me see. UT with the philosophy. By what Aaron's saying, there is no way to hold a person to a standard.
No, not even close.
John the Baptist with the $5 says young men should play golf. Golf teaches you where you are in life right now. Did they add tackling people to golf or something?
Come on, hell.
Come on. Aaron, I told Big Chug, man, CTE, here we come, baby. Aaron with the $2 says Gen X, it's time to get y'all rocking chairs. Now, Gen X still got some juice, man. Congo with the $15. How you do $15? Okay, learn something new. Congo with the 15 said Hampton Unk. It's very important to vet initially based on your spiritual vernacular and moral compass. Will this avoid a disconnect in the seasoned years that lead to divorce? Absolutely, I couldn't answer. I hope that the probability is high that it would, Congo. People do a great job of masking when it's something they want. I've seen a lot of people say they do moving just so I can hire them and don't know shit about it. So, but yes, I think that your premise, I think, makes sense. Uncle Rick, you want to answer?
No, all you can do is try your best, bro, and pray it goes your way. Right? Again, the vetting part plays to me, again, initially, is that when you meet that woman and you take her up under you and y'all build a life together, that y'all got the same understanding of where you're looking to go. And the truth is, all I could do is take her on her word and see if our actions coincide.
Yeah.
Uncle Rick, we got too many people who are afraid of risk as well. Don't forget that. They think they can vet the risk away.
Yeah.
There's only so much vetting you can do, but everybody's risk averse. If you're going to deal with another human being, I mean, there's risk in it. People go left on you,
Congo, a lot of praying, bro. A lot of praying.
I would err more on discernment, man. I think I'll air more. And you know what you gotta do? One of my mans, he did this. He sent 3 type of niggas at his woman: a rich nigga, a pretty nigga, and a regular nigga, and see how she respond to each. Needless to say, he don't got a girlfriend right now, but hey. Yeah, man. John with the $2 says this Gen X is only 50. No rocking chair needed. Yeah,
I don't even trip because y'all time coming too. Y'all old already and don't even know it. So
keep living.
Keep on.
Keep
it's
living,
cool.
baby. Damn, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. I appreciate the brothers for being up here. My bad. Trigger Mike, we had to get up out of here, man. But 4 hours and 18 minutes, really 4 hours. I think we started about 20 minutes in. Great show, dialogue. I hope that things were absorbed because I think they should be, right? And when we aren't on the panel together and we hear people saying shit that we literally mined out the right way with a build session, be like, oh, come on, my nigga. You know these peppers, always work. Yeah, come on, stop. You know, so
understood.
Keep pushing. Uncle Rick, any final thoughts?
No, man. I hope y'all enjoy y'all holiday that the white man gave y'all. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all.
Wow.
Damn.
But hey, y'all know me, man. Love who love you, man. Take care of your family, and hopefully everything else will take care of itself, man. Always good work, my brothers.
Always.
I love y'all, man. I pray everything works out,
man. You already? Oh, Shay, you late? Aaron, any final thoughts?
Is traditionalism dead? Not as long as the XX chromosome produces an innie and the XY produces an outie. Everything else is just an evolution of.
Shit like that.
Real
love. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, like, share, and subscribe. Send the super chats to Cash Apps. That helps the channel the most.
Shit like that.
Tell a friend.
Yeah, man. Beat that in their heads, man. Pause. Damn. Sway, you there?
Yes. Give me a second.
That nigga taking a shit, I think.
No, I'm just.
You heard it, right, TJ?
Yeah, I'm taking my laptop into the bathroom for me for sure.
I do that all the time.
I don't do that. That's stupid. You have a cell phone, so that's crazy. I think that's the old headed. Anyways, no, I don't have anything to say, man. I respect older people. I just don't accept the disrespect as much as y'all tell me I should, and take it on the chin. And I guess that's where a lot of young people fall short, is that they just don't feel that it's worth it, so they don't, and just move accordingly. So I think that if we can find a way to either accept it for it, or somehow y'all make it seem like it's worth it to accept it, then maybe that'll help move us forward. But outside of that, I ain't got no thoughts, man. I'll see you next week.
No doubt. TJ.
Man, I ain't got no final thoughts. I'm just glad to be up here. The white man gave me 1 day off this month, and I'm enjoying it.
Damn. For the whole month?
Look, pretty much, man. I don't count Sunday. I be asleep the whole day.
Damn. Oh, so wait, you off every Sunday?
I'm off every Sunday, every Monday. Yeah.
Okay. But then what you work? How many days a week you work?
1 week I do 4 12-hour overnights. The next week I do 5. So every other 4, yeah. So I do like 106 hours in a 2-week period. Yeah. Man, that's just one. That's just one hustle.
Yeah. I'm trying to find your song. Is it?
Like we always do.
No. I can't find it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
That's what's up, man.
I'm taking off the whole month of August because I'm going cross country with I'm doing a Black History tour with my daughter. I'm calling it a Black History tour across the country. We're going across the country for 3 weeks in a row with my baby. Y'all pray for me.
That's what's up, man. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot though.
Yeah,
it'll be dope.
Yeah, that's dope though.
That sounds dope. Yeah.
Yeah, super.
Granny, any final thoughts?
Man, thanks for having me. Y'all some pretty cool people. I'm happy you put this panel together. You know, I got to see a lot of people I'm cool with. You know what I'm saying? I got reverence for, and I look up to on this panel. So, thanks for having me. That's about it.
I love you, Granny. Love you, man.
Yeah, man. No, salute, man. Salute to the brothers, man. I think it was a good conversation. You know, I think that the pushback, the coming together, it all matters, right? And we gotta process all the information that's coming to us, you know, whether we like it or not, you know, even if it speaks to our soul, you know. I have come to the conclusion when I will punch somebody in the face for saying the N-word, I do have to take it on the chin for my brothers that that's a pretty dumb response, given everything I have to lose. But I'm a firm believer in sacrifice, so you know. But nah, this was a dope ass dialogue, man. Good shit, fellas. Kudos to us. You know, kudos to us.
You. I only stayed this late because I ain't got no work in the morning.
I know.
Man, y'all crazy. I gotta be up. I gotta be up in 4 hours.
You're wild. Fuck that. Camp ain't worth it.
Yo, Granville, I had to drive to Atlanta. I was up 36 hours, bro. I went to Atlanta to get my baby girl, turned right back around.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah, I hear you, really, but sometimes I be up in this bitch 2-3 days, boy.
Sheesh.
Grinding it out.
Up in the truck. Nah, I be sitting on a break. I be sitting on my 10-hour break, just sitting there, chilling, watching or something, watch a little YouTube, but I'll just be up, especially on the weekends. So it is what it is. I got shit.
Wilding.
You gotta get your rest, Granville. Gotta get your rest.
Please.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I definitely
Keep
get
doing your walks, man.
Yo.
What?
I'm gonna talk to you in the back chat in the stream.
No, you ain't. Goddamn right.
I thought we had everybody off tomorrow. Like, what the fuck?
Nigga, you've been calling us old for 3 hours. Now you don't want us to prove it.
Hold on. Let me get this right here.
What's up?
You clown everybody else for having a white man holiday, but yet and still you gave all your people off for the white man holiday. Right?
This might be risky.
Shut it down, Ham. Shut it down. Perfect.
Let me read Callie last chat. Callie with the fight out said, "There's a reason Gen X looks younger than millennials and Z's." No, the fuck y'all do not. Stop that, Callie. Oh, Shay with the 2000s. Great show. I've been listening, Hampy. Hey, man, I'm sick of y'all calling me. Callie, that's the only one.
Man calling you Hampy.
Everybody says that shit, man. It's a trend now, man. Damn. All right, man. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Granny's supposed to start a movie night, but he bullshitting. So you know,
I'm supposed to be starting a movie. I'm trying to get it together. I gotta get home to get the portable internet box for the truck, and then we'll be good to go.
Yeah, you tell me anything, baby boy.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I be trying and look how you fucking did. You know what? Just kick me out. Fuck y'all. Just kick me out.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and we out.